At a lively club, the brown-haired Bai Xin Yu sighs, his gloomy expression contrasting with the vibrant party. His companion questions his mood, prompting Xin Yu to defend his overbearing brother, Jian Sui Ying, despite the tension. After a few drinks, Xin Yu abruptly decides to leave, surprising his friend with his early departure from the club. Walking through the city, Xin Yu reflects on the gambling debts that led him to swindle his brother's money. Shivering with fear, the young man dreads the consequences if his brother catches him out in the world. He tries to sneak home quietly, but a sudden snap of the light reveals his parents waiting for him. His father, Bai Qingmin, confronts him about his gambling habits while Xin Yu desperately tries to offer an excuse. The atmosphere turns icy as his father warns that Xin Yu's reckless behavior is threatening to ruin the family. Xin Yu pleads for another chance, promising to study, but his father remains unmoved by his empty words. His mother intervenes, urging her husband to stop the scolding and get straight to the family's ultimate decision. With a stern look, his father explains that they have devised a plan to finally fix his life. The room goes silent as his father announces that Xin Yu is being sent to join the army. Despair takes hold as Xin Yu collapses, begging to stay, but his parents insist this path is necessary. Tears flow as he clings to his mother, terrified of the exhausting hardships he knows the military will bring. His mother holds him firm, explaining that he must learn to be independent rather than relying on his brother. A childish tantrum follows, with Xin Yu thrashing on the floor and screaming his refusal to go. His father delivers a crushing ultimatum: join the army or be disinherited and left with absolutely nothing. Realizing he is cornered, Xin Yu considers calling his brother for help, but freezes in fear of a scolding. A thud sounds as his travel files are tossed down, finalizing his departure for the train station tomorrow. His mother offers a final, tearful hug and parting advice, leaving Xin Yu feeling utterly hopeless and lost. A heavy silence follows as he realizes he still isn't brave enough to call his brother for help. At the station, a miserable Xin Yu stands in camouflage while his father orders him to cut his hair. He begs to go home, but his father reveals that even his brother has arranged a guardian for him. Forced toward the train, the weeping boy is pushed away by his father, who demands he train well. On board, Xin Yu's incessant crying for his mother draws the ire of the other stern-faced recruits. His fist clenches in frustration as the train pulls away, marking the beginning of his unwanted new life. A sudden, rough grab sends Xin Yu sprawling as an aggressive soldier mocks his tearful longing for home. Second Lieutenant Xu Chuang berates him, making it clear that the military has no room for his childish tears. Comrades pull the lieutenant back while he continues to yell threats at the terrified and sobbing new recruit. Desperation driving him, Xin Yu pulls out his phone to make a forbidden call to his brother, Jian Sui Ying. He angrily whispers insults about the military, unaware of the watchful eyes of the superior officers nearby. Sergeant Wang Xuanwei introduces himself to the platoon, speaking of the long, difficult months of training ahead. Ignoring the speech, Xin Yu frantically texts his brother about being sent to the harsh, remote frontier. Sergeant Wang orders phones away, privately vowing to break Xin Yu's bad habits, while a recruit named Qian Liang greets him. The cheerful Qian Liang boasts about being his village's sole choice for enlistment, trying to brighten the mood. Qian Liang introduces himself with a bright smile, though Xin Yu remains skeptical and deeply unhappy. He rejects an offer to play cards, sinking further into his seat as the train continues its journey. Arriving at a snowy mountain station, Xin Yu gasps for air, struggling with the sudden, thin mountain atmosphere. A tall soldier, Yu Fengcheng, tells the strong recruits to save the oxygen equipment for those truly in need. Offended, Xin Yu arrogantly offers to buy the equipment, sparking a tense confrontation with the stoic soldier. Yu Fengcheng stares him down with an intense, judging gaze, silently evaluating the spoiled recruit's character. With a sudden, swift movement, Yu Fengcheng seizes Shin Yu, twisting his arm behind his back in a firm hold. The arrogant recruit is rendered helpless as Yu Fengcheng maintains his grip, ignoring the boy's protests. Yu Fengcheng drags the struggling Shin Yu through the train car and shoves him into a cramped, foul-smelling room. A loud slam echoes as the door is shut, leaving Shin Yu to breathe in the tiny, dark space. Shin Yu bangs on the door with his fists, shouting insults and demanding that the beast let him out. Trapped and alone, he wails in frustration, realizing that no one is coming to save him. Yu Fengcheng orders him locked up for an hour, leaving a miserable Shin Yu to huddle and curse his fate. Much later, a drained Shin Yu is finally checked on by Qian Liang, looking utterly defeated by the ordeal. He hangs his head in regret as his new comrade questions why he would ever dare to provoke such a dangerous man. Bai Shin Yu looks on in confusion, wondering what trouble he has stumbled into now. A counselor with glasses uses a megaphone to announce that everyone must find their assigned dormitories. Shin Yu enters his new living quarters with a heavy sigh, dragging his suitcase behind him. His breath hitches as he accidentally bumps into someone, a sudden jolt catching him completely off guard. The black-haired Yu Fengcheng stares him down with a smirk, coldly labeling the hesitant recruit a sissy. With an arrogant air, the tall soldier strides past Shin Yu to enter the room first. Shin Yu gazes at the rows of simple bunk beds, realizing the harsh reality of military life. A firm hand clamps onto his shoulder as Yu Fengcheng mockingly asks where the boy thinks he's going. Yu Fengcheng points to a bottom bunk, casually informing Shin Yu that they will be sharing close quarters. Dragging the grumpy recruit along, the soldier makes it clear that there is no room for argument. Shin Yu recoils in horror, dreading the thought of sleeping so close to the man who insulted him. Desperate for an escape, he sprints out of the room to find a way to change dorms. Breathless, Shin Yu pleads with the counselor to move him, desperate to avoid his new bunkmate. The counselor remains firm, explaining that he cannot make special arrangements for a single pampered recruit. Shin Yu recalls his mother's advice to find a protector named Yu Fengcheng from a military family. He asks the counselor about Yu Fengcheng, pretending they are fellow villagers who need to be together. Delighted by the request, the counselor agrees to lead him straight to his supposed childhood friend. Walking down the hall, Shin Yu hopes this protector can save him from the beast in his dorm. A tall, stern soldier stands in wait, his shadow looming over the hallway with silent authority. Reality shatters as the counselor introduces Yu Fengcheng, the very man who has been tormenting Shin Yu. Yu Fengcheng questions why he was being sought out, his predator-like gaze making Shin Yu stammer in fear. The soldier pulls him close, suggesting they find a private place to discuss their new friendship outside. Yu Fengcheng shoves him against the wall of an empty room, confirming the boy's identity with a sneer. Pinning him down, the dark-haired soldier mocks Shin Yu's cowardice and his spoiled, pampered upbringing. He demands to know why a nursery child like him dared to join the military's harsh ranks. Shin Yu tries to use his family connections for leverage, begging for a modicum of respect. Grabbing him by the chin, Yu Fengcheng questions where his manliness has gone in this display. Shin Yu snaps back defiantly, though his trembling voice betrays the absolute terror he feels inside. Yu Fengcheng leans in with a suggestive whisper, offering to protect him if he agrees to be his. With a forceful push, Shin Yu rejects the scandalous offer and tells the man to get lost. Yu Fengcheng pinches the boy's cheek with a grin, vowing to wait for him to beg for help. Whistling a carefree tune, the soldier strolls away, leaving a fuming and humiliated Shin Yu behind. Clenching his fists, Shin Yu curses the man's name, vowing that this star of calamity won't break him. He returns to the dorm to unpack, feeling the weight of his hopeless situation in every folded garment. A sudden, rough tug pulls Shin Yu's hat from his head, interrupting his miserable task. Yu Fengcheng stands over him with sharp scissors, menacingly asking what the little recruit is up to. A frantic chase ensues as the soldier playfully hunts the terrified boy with the glinting blades. Cornered and sweating, Shin Yu listens as Yu Fengcheng insists that cutting his hair is for his benefit. The soldier pins him onto the bed, looming over him with the scissors held dangerously close. Yu Fengcheng threatens to take advantage of him if he dares to struggle any further. A sharp flick to the forehead leaves Shin Yu seeing stars and helpless against his bunkmate's whims. With a triumphant smile, the soldier tells him that his cooperation is now his only choice. He roughly pulls at Shin Yu's leg, ordering him to get up and submit to the haircut. Yu Fengcheng offers to strip his own clothes if the boy is so interested in looking. Holding the blades near his face, the soldier warns that any movement will result in a bloody accident. A sharp snip sounds as the scissors begin their work, leaving Shin Yu's eyes wide with shock. Yu Fengcheng forces him to sit still, ruthlessly chopping away at the boy's carefully styled hair. Shin Yu tries to console himself, thinking that being ugly might finally keep the beast away. The soldier admires his handiwork, while a nearby comrade laughs at the recruit's ruined appearance. Staring into the mirror, a devastated Xin Yu realizes his handsome looks have been completely butchered. Fengcheng notes Shin Yu's spirited attitude, while the brown-haired boy glares back, stammering with indignation and growing anger. Fengcheng stands with crossed arms, looking unbothered as Xin Yu reaches out, clearly ready to start a physical altercation. Quick as a flash, Fengcheng twists Shin Yu's arm behind his back, causing a sharp yelp sounding as Shin Yu's pain flares. Fengcheng pins Shin Yu against a bunk, taunting him for the provocation, while the brown-haired boy snaps back with frantic insults. The atmosphere shifts as Fengcheng pulls Shin Yu into a tight, intimate embrace from behind, causing the younger man to freeze. Shin Yu demands to know Fengcheng's intentions, only to be met with a crude, bold declaration of desire that leaves him trembling. Fengcheng ignores Xin Yu's threats about his brother, whispering that the boy will soon realize he isn't so bad after all. Fengcheng kisses Xin Yu's neck before abruptly releasing him, leaving the stunned brown-haired boy gasping as he walks away with a smirk. As Fengcheng departs, the glasses-wearing squad leader enters and checks on Shin Yu, who is clearly shaken by the strange encounter. Alone and sweating, night falls, and Shin Yu lies awake under the covers, gripped by a deep sense of dread regarding his future in camp. Chibi Shin Yu's stomach growls loudly, prompting him to realize his hunger is now far more pressing than his lingering existential fear. Shin Yu sits up, but his heart nearly stops as he finds Fengcheng sitting wide awake and staring directly at him. Fear grips Chibi Shin Yu as he huddles under the blanket, but a sudden tug sounding follows as Fengcheng grabs the covers. Stripped of his blanket, Shin Yu frantically claims he has snacks in his back, hoping to distract the dark-haired man from him. Fengcheng repeats the snack claim with a predatory grin, while Shin Yu realizes his desperate lie has just backfired spectacularly. Fengcheng pulls Shin Yu's designer bag from the shelf, loudly inviting the other recruits in the dormitory to share the hidden food. Shin Yu lunges to save his snacks, but Fengcheng easily dodges him, mockingly questioning how old the brown-haired recruit truly is. Fengcheng holds up a box of strawberry koala cookies, looking down at the childish treat with a look of pure judgment. Red-faced and desperate, Shin Yu tries to reclaim his box, but Fengcheng remains unimpressed by the recruit's straightforward and bold choice. Fengcheng encourages the group to share as Chibi Shin Yu weeps over the loss of the snacks his mother lovingly prepared. A polite new recruit, Fang Dongyan, introduces himself to Shin Yu, who finds the man much more agreeable than his current tormentors. Chibi Feng Cheng tells Xinyu to take back whatever is left of the snacks scattered across the green checkered bedspread. Feng Cheng asks why Xinyu isn't eating, but the boy snaps back that just looking at Feng Cheng has completely killed his appetite. Feng Cheng dismisses him, telling him to go hungry and reminding him that grueling formal training begins at 5:30 tomorrow morning. As they lie in their bunks, Xinyu resolves to wait for breakfast, while Feng Cheng echoes the word with a dark, knowing smirk. Morning light brings a frantic awakening as Xinyu is ordered to get up and assemble immediately for the first day. A stubborn Chibi Xinyu refuses to move, even after a sharp kick sounding sends him tumbling toward the edge of the bed. Chibi Xinyu rolls around and complains about the early hour, while a stern, fully dressed Feng Cheng looks on with growing irritation. Feng Cheng lunges onto the bed and roughly grabs Xinyu's shirt, sending buttons flying as he forces the recruit to get ready. A struggle ensues as Feng Cheng manhandles the shouting Xinyu, determined to drag the lazy recruit to the morning assembly on time. Feng Cheng sternly warns that pajamas will only slow him down, leaving Xinyu sitting up on the bed in shock. Xinyu sits half-dressed and dazed, unaware that Feng Cheng is watching him with a desire to make the boy cry on sight. Chibi recruits dash toward the exit as a 30-second warning blares, leaving a miserable Xinyu alone in his dormitory bed. From high above, the disciplined recruits form a perfect square, while alone, late Xinyu sprints frantically across the courtyard. Xinyu attempts to sneak into the formation unnoticed, sweating under the intense gazes of the two instructors standing on the platform. Looking back in horror, Xinyu realizes it's already 6 o'clock, and his military life has already started with a major failure. A Chibi instructor screams about the time while Xinyu internally panics over the impossible 5-minute window allowed for assembly. The stern instructor warns the group that although 5 minutes is allowed today, they must assemble in 3 by next week. The instructor points a finger at Xinyu, ordering him forward as the brown-haired boy shivers with fear at the impending punishment. Xinyu walks toward the platform with his head bowed, passing another recruit who jumps down to join the main formation. The instructor looms over a kneeling Xinyu, declaring that he will be treated like every other recruit, despite his privileged background. After being mocked for his lateness, Xinyu is ordered to stand up straight and respond with a loud, firm yes. Squad leader Chen Jing, wearing glasses and a stern expression, stands ready to lead his class of newcomers into the field. Feng Cheng runs with ease while Xinyu falls behind, panting as the dark-haired man reminds him that training precedes any breakfast. Squad leader Chen Jing matches Xinyu's pace, calmly instructing him on breathing techniques to help the exhausted boy endure the run. Xinyu eventually collapses in exhaustion, but a sudden lift sounding follows as Feng Cheng hauls him up by the back of his shirt. Chibi Xinyu screams his refusal to run another step, while in the background, squad leader Chen Jing watches the other recruits pass. Squad leader Chen Jing approaches the panting Xinyu and asks him exactly how he would like to spend his rest period. Squad leader Chen Jing forces Xinyu into a painful stretch by sitting on his back, causing the boy to scream in agony. Xinyu pants heavily while running on a forest road, his physical exhaustion clearly showing in his pained expression. Squad leader Chen Jing encourages a rest, but a desperate Xinyu insists he will continue running despite his clear exhaustion. Feng Cheng stands casually by a motorcycle, mockingly questioning how the recruits could already be exhausted after such a short distance. In the cafeteria, Feng Cheng playfully pinches Xinyu's cheek, while the brown-haired boy glares back with a look of pure annoyance. Feng Cheng leans in with a smirk to inspect Xinyu's face, completely ignoring the younger man's sharp demand to be released. After a mockingly intimate offer of help, Feng Cheng is pushed away by an indignant Xinyu, who remains thoroughly unimpressed by him. Xinyu firmly rejects joining Feng Cheng's squad, while the dark-haired man casually reminds him of their lengthy mandatory service ahead. Feng Cheng mockingly suggests Xinyu's luck might land him in the kitchen, ensuring the boy never has to worry about hunger again. Shin Yu reacts with pure horror at the suggestion of kitchen duty, flatly refusing to believe such a fate is even possible. Shin Yu aggressively bites into a steamed bun, internally dismissing Feng Cheng's words as nothing more than another attempt to intimidate him. Despite the heavy tension, Shin Yu declares he has a massive appetite as he prepares to devour a large tray of food. Chibi Shin Yu enthusiastically stuffs his face with steamed buns, determined to prove his appetite is as large as he claimed earlier. Other recruits watch in stunned silence as Shin Yu eats voraciously, with one politely advising him to slow down for safety. Under the table, Shin Yu attempts to kick out in frustration while Feng Cheng looks on with a calm and knowing expression. A silent battle of wills ensues between Shin Yu's seething glare and Feng Cheng's mocking, confident smirk across the dining table. Losing his temper, Shin Yu stands up abruptly, and a tray slam sounding follows as he prepares to end the encounter. A sudden spill leaves Shin Yu covered in food, while Feng Cheng mockingly questions the boy's basic coordination and ability to sit. The kind-hearted squad leader Chen Jing helps the disheveled Shin Yu up, suggesting they head back to the dormitory to clean up. Shin Yu insists on returning to the dorm alone to change clothes, leaving Chen Jing and a watchful Feng Cheng behind him. Alone in the showers, a tearful Shin Yu wipes himself down, feeling deeply aggrieved by the day's constant humiliations and failures. Shin Yu's privacy is shattered as Feng Cheng suddenly appears in the shower room, watching the younger man with a predatory gaze. Feng Cheng advances menacingly despite Shin Yu's frantic threats to call for help, which the dark-haired man completely and mockingly dismisses. Feng Cheng roughly pins Shin Yu against the wall, silencing the boy's protests with a hand over his mouth in a terrifying display. Feng Cheng issues a crude, whispered provocation about Shin Yu's behavior in private, leaving the brown-haired boy trembling with fear and rage. Feng Cheng tightens his grip and leans in closer, expressing a dark curiosity that leaves Shin Yu feeling utterly vulnerable and trapped. Shin Yu desperately pleads for an end to the joke, but Feng Cheng only smirks, suggesting Shin Yu's own body is what provoked him. Shin Yu lashes out with insults, desperately warning Feng Cheng that his brother will make him regret any further predatory or harmful actions. Feng Cheng mockingly tells Shin Yu to use the office phone to call for help, dismissing him as a complete waste of time. Feng Cheng departs with a final, cold command for Shin Yu to leave, leaving the shaken boy alone in the quiet shower room. Shivering and tearful, Shin Yu laments his situation, clinging to thoughts of his mother's love while trapped in the harsh camp. The weight of his current circumstances settles over Shin Yu as he reflects on the absolute disaster his life has recently become. Shin Yu faces yet another hurdle as he encounters a massive, hour-long line, further adding to his growing list of daily frustrations. Wiping away tears, a dejected Shin Yu resolves to find his brother and vent the overwhelming grievances he has endured all day. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man sneezing on a couch follows as he wonders who is currently discussing him in such detail. Collapsing onto his bunk, Shin Yu weeps into his pillow, longing for the day he can finally convince his brother to leave. Chen Jing gently rouses Shin Yu, reminding him of the strict dormitory rules that forbid lying down during non-scheduled rest periods. Shin Yu is startled by a sudden, firm arm tugging, sounding as someone hauls him upright, forcing him to face his responsibilities. Squad leader Chen Jing orders Shin Yu to stand straight and focus on his exercises, refusing to allow the boy to remain slumped. Under the watchful gaze of Feng Cheng, Shin Yu stands rigidly at attention as Chen Jing oversees the beginning of their formal training. Feng Cheng remains relaxed and focused on a book, seemingly indifferent to Shin Yu's growing resentment and the strict military atmosphere surrounding them. Chen Jing introduces another recruit who hasn't seen his family in years, challenging Shin Yu's complaints about his own desire to leave. Shin Yu is shamed by Chen Jing, who points out he is significantly older than the other recruit, yet shows less resilience. Chen Jing admits his own homesickness, but explains the importance of duty, leaving Shin Yu speechless as he processes the reality check. Overwhelmed by criticism and embarrassment, Shin Yu concludes that the military base is fundamentally incompatible with his personality and past lifestyle. Chibi Shin Yu vents his frustration by aggressively shaking out his blanket, trying to regain some sense of control over his environment. While Chibi Shin Yu continues to fume, a disciplined Chibi Fangcheng remains calm, perfectly folding his blanket with practiced military precision. Fangcheng turns with a sharp, inquisitive look, demanding to know exactly why Shin Yu is staring at him with such intense focus. Shin Yu quickly averts his eyes, internally chanting for invisibility while desperately focusing on the task of folding his own military blanket. Fangcheng presses close behind Shin Yu to correct his sloppy blanket folding technique, noting that the boy clearly wasn't paying attention earlier. Fangcheng whispers a final, chilling promise of future confrontations, leaving a sweating Shin Yu trapped in a state of absolute dread. 2 hours later, Shin Yu smokes with his comrades while Dong Yan mentions visiting the communication room tomorrow. Dong Yan smiles gently while explaining his need to save money and send it home for his sister. Touched by the story, Shin Yu impulsively offers to give him money, surprising the humble and honest recruit. As a comrade leaves the group, Xin Yu is left bewildered by the sudden shift in the conversation's atmosphere. The black-haired recruit stares at Shin Yu with an intense, questioning gaze that makes the boy feel deeply unsettled. He scolds Shin Yu for flaunting his wealth, accusing him of hurting Dong Yuan's self-esteem with his charity. Shin Yu stammers in shock, his face flushing as the other recruit's sharp words catch him completely off guard. Left alone and feeling deeply wronged, Shin Yu compares the recruit's abnormal and aggressive behavior to Yu Fangcheng. Late at night, Shin Yu lies in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if he really said something wrong. He turns over with a frustrated huff, unable to sleep as his mind continues to dwell on his mistakes. A soft rustle sounds as he looks up, his attention caught by someone approaching his bunk in the dark. Yu Fangcheng looms over the bed with a smirk, ordering the startled recruit to get up right now. The soldier roughly pulls back the covers, revealing a confused Shin Yu huddling on the teal-patterned mattress. Grabbing the boy's chin, Yu Fangcheng mocks his cowardice as the recruit asks what he is doing there. He points out that Shin Yu has mistakenly taken the wrong bed, much to the boy's growing embarrassment. Yu Fangcheng pins him down, scolding him for dirtying the clean sheets by wearing shoes during his nap. In a chibi-style internal scream, Xin Yu curses his own stupidity for delivering himself to be bullied once again. Yu Fangcheng mockingly offers to trade bed sheets while Shin Yu's tiny, frustrated form trembles in the background. Shin Yu demands to know what the soldier wants, while Yu Fangcheng stares him down with a predatory gaze. He demands cigarettes and roughly drags the resisting recruit toward the bunks to settle their business. Shin Yu tries to sprint away when the soldier lets go, but Yu Fangcheng catches him instantly with ease. A package of cigarettes is tossed onto the bed, leaving Xin Yu to stare at the forbidden items in shock. Yu Fangcheng delivers a cold warning. If he catches the boy smoking again, he will receive a physical beating. Shin Yu snaps back defiantly, questioning who the man thinks he is to police his legal habits. He stands frozen and blushing as the tall soldier continues to loom over him with an intimidating presence. Yu Fangcheng leans in with a final, chilling threat to knock the boy out if he doesn't leave. Shin Yu complains about his brother's lack of care while the soldier demands he quit smoking immediately. A close-up reveals Shin Yu's teary, wide-eyed gaze as he processes the soldier's overwhelming and aggressive dominance. In a miserable chibi form, the weeping Shin Yu nods in submission, utterly defeated by the man's demands. A wire basket sits filled with toiletries and a hairdryer, sparkling under the lights of the dormitory. Shin Yu attempts to leave for a shower, but the counselor stops him to check the current time. The glasses-wearing counselor explains the strict military discipline and the specific 20-minute shower window for their class. Shin Yu worries about the embarrassment of showering near Yu Fengcheng, who watches him with a knowing smirk. He panics internally, imagining Yu Fengcheng as a massive, red-eyed bear looming over his small and vulnerable form. Yu Fengcheng whispers suggestively that 20 minutes is more than enough time for him to have a good wash. Approaching Dong Yuan at the sinks, Shin Yu tries to apologize for his insensitive behavior from earlier that noon. Dong Yuan offers a kind smile, assuring the nervous recruit that he understands and holds no hard feelings. Relieved, Shin Yu asks for laundry help while their chibi forms share a moment of genuine, newfound friendship. Entering the communal bathhouse, Shin Yu is shocked by the open showers and the presence of so many people. A shirtless Yu Fengcheng smacks the wall, demanding that the hesitant recruit stop standing around and undress. Dong Yuan discusses his past while a chibi Shin Yu frets about getting too tanned and losing his looks. Feeling deeply awkward and exposed, Shin Yu slowly undresses for his first communal shower in the military ranks. Yu Fengcheng strides into the shower area, his muscular frame silhouetted as he prepares to wash. A close-up highlights the soldier's powerful, toned physique as he stands confidently in the steamy bathhouse. Shin Yu's imagination flares again, comparing the soldier's impressive size to that of a massive American bear. A firm hand slaps against the shower wall, making Xin Yu jump in surprise as he is cornered. Memories of their close physical contact flash back, leaving Shin Yu to worry about their future living arrangements. Yu Fengcheng mocks his hesitation, warning him not to linger or he'll be kicked out of the shower. Dong Yuan finishes up and asks to borrow a bottle, leaving Shin Yu standing alone in the steam. Dong Yuan asks if Shin Yu is truly afraid, while the boy's chibi form radiates deep misery and anxiety. Shin Yu stubbornly denies his fear, while Dong Yuan's gentle reassurances only make the recruit feel more defensive. A celestial light surrounds the smiling Dong Yuan, making Shin Yu question the boy's seemingly endless, naive optimism. Xin Yu shivers violently under the freezing spray, his arms crossed tightly against the shock of the cold. Dong Yuan reminds him they are low on time, while a sudsy Shin Yu continues his miserable bath. Urging him to hurry, Dong Yuan leaves to dress while Xin Yu panics about being left behind. A soap-covered chibi Xin Yu begs his comrade to wait for him, fearing a confrontation in the shower. Wiping water from his face, Shin Yu speaks to someone nearby, unaware of the predator approaching in the steam. Yu Fengcheng's intense gaze meets Shin Yu's shocked expression, the predator finally closing in on his cornered prey. Gripping a bottle of skincare product, a chibi Xin Yu feels a wave of mortifying shame wash over him. In a sudden flurry of motion, Shin Yu attempts to flee but slips, falling hard onto the wet tiles. Yu Fengcheng watches as the boy wobbles like jelly, his silent presence looming over the humiliated and prone recruit. Yu Fengcheng suggestively asks if the boy is flirting, his hand firmly gripping Xin Yu's arm to pull him up. A sharp flare of anger crosses Xin Yu's face as he rejects the soldier's arrogant and mocking insinuation. The noisy bathhouse falls into a stunned silence as a nude Yu Fengcheng makes a grand and confident entrance. Every recruit in the room stares in awe as the chibi Shin Yu gasps at the soldier's impressive physique. Posing with pride, chibi Yu Fengcheng radiates superiority, while a nearby comrade looks on with a pout of envy. Chibi Shin Yu grinds his teeth in jealous rage, cursing the star of calamity for having such a perfect form. Back in the dormitory, Dong Yuan applies medicinal oil to Shin Yu's bruised and aching knees after the fall. Sitting upright on his bunk, Shin Yu explains his embarrassing bathroom accident to the curious and concerned Dong Yuan. The counselor scolds the group for coddling Shin Yu, ordering them to stop spoiling the fragile new recruit. Tucked into his green bunk, Xin Yu glares into the darkness as someone orders him to finally go to bed. Chibi Dong Yuan reminds a startled Xin Yu to set his alarm for the leader's early morning inspection meeting. From across the room, Yu Fengcheng adds his own warning about punctuality, his calm voice filling the silent dorm. A close-up highlights Xin Yu's wide-eyed realization of how closely Yu Fengcheng's presence dominates his every waking moment. A sudden, sharp ringing sounds through the morning air as the 5 o'clock alarm begins to wail. Xin Yu groggily reaches for his phone, while Dong Yuan's voice urges him to get up without disturbing others. A chibi sequence shows Xin Yu's failed struggle to wake up, eventually collapsing back onto his pillow for sleep. An orange hits the sleeping boy's head, waking him to the terrifying sight of his 0:15 a.m. alarm. Frantically trying to leave, Xin Yu is stopped by the counselor who demands he stay to fold his quilt. Horrified, Xin Yu learns that messy beds are against military regulations, leaving his mental state in a complete shambles. Panting and disheveled, Xin Yu finally reports to the flagpole where a stern officer notes his significant tardiness. The officer imposes a harsh 7-kilometer running penalty, much to the amusement of the laughing chibi version nearby. During the run, Yu Fengcheng threatens to use a special method to wake the boy up next time. The squad runs through the woods while Yu Fengcheng tells a gasping Xin Yu to save his precious energy. Ordered to prepare for a public self-reflection, a weeping chibi Xin Yu begs for mercy on the open road. A close-up shows heavy boots hitting the pavement as Xin Yu pants, his spirit and body nearly broken. Exhausted and miserable, Xin Yu wonders why he has to suffer and feels like everyone is mocking him. As Xin Yu collapses, his comrades frantically call out his name, trying to wake their unconscious friend. Yu Fengcheng orders saline for the fallen boy, but insists he makes up the missed distance tomorrow morning. Yu Fengcheng carries the seemingly unconscious Xin Yu on his back, heading toward the cafeteria for recovery. Xin Yu peeks open an eye, revealing he is actually feeling better, but refuses to get off the soldier. A stylized pink panel depicts the strong soldier carrying his comrade, symbolizing their evolving and complicated relationship. Back in the cafeteria, Yu Fengcheng catches Xin Yu faking his condition and delivers a sharp kick to his chair. Yu Fengcheng leans in with a suggestive threat to kiss the boy if he continues his mediocre acting performance. Xin Yu wakes up instantly in a state of panicked confusion, being crowned the Mediocre Acting Award champion. Yu Fengcheng smirks and offers to personally take the boy for a bath if he is still feeling sleepy. Memories of being carried on the soldier's back flash through Xin Yu's mind, leaving him feeling deeply conflicted. Chibi Yu Fengcheng demands that Xin Yu wash his clothes for a week as payment for the rescue. In a final chibi form, Xin Yu fumes with resentment, clenching his fists at the soldier's unfair demand. Xin Yu feels alive again while sitting with the smiling Dong Yuan after their exhausting morning run. He shouts with dramatic flair about how close he felt to death during the grueling physical training. After Xin Yu blames the officer, Dong Yuan gently suggests he reflect on his own issues instead of others. Shocked by the lack of sympathy, Xin Yu listens as Dong Yuan advises him to adopt to military life. Yu Fengcheng mockingly flicks the sulking boy's forehead, teasing him for being educated by younger recruits. Snapping back defiantly, Xin Yu slams the table and storms off to find a phone to call home. Finding the office empty, a trembling and excited Xin Yu reaches for the landline to seek an escape. His heart races as the line rings, a repetitive ringing sound echoing while he waits in anxious silence. Gasping for breath, Xin Yu's eyes widen with hope as a familiar voice finally answers the other end. A flood of tears erupts as the chibi recruit wails into the receiver, letting out his bottled-up misery. His stylish brother answers with a smug smirk, questioning if Shin Yu really has the nerve to call. Terrified, Shin Yu begs for mercy while his brother coldly demands he settle his property debts first. Ignoring the boy's complaints about the environment, the brother calmly sips from a cup, unmoved by the pleas. The brother's temper flares as he demands to know why Shin Yu is only now confessing about the houses. Panic-stricken, Shin Yu stammers an apology into the phone, his face reflecting the intense pressure of the conversation. The brother stands up in shock as Shin Yu reveals a story of betrayal involving debt and property. He continues listening as his brother admits he fled abroad out of fear of facing the consequences. Furiously shouting, the brother berates him for his stupidity and for not revealing the truth much earlier. Shin Yu's desperate cries for help are met with a harsh rejection as his brother hangs up. A comrade asks the shell-shocked boy if he is okay, while his chibi form looks completely shattered. Staring blankly at the silent receiver, Shin Yu realizes he is truly on his own in this place. He reflects on his family's betrayal, realizing the office phone is his only remaining link to the world. With a heavy heart, he returns the receiver to its cradle, feeling the weight of his abandonment. Deeply dejected, Shin Yu worries that the brutal military discipline will eventually break his body and spirit. Back at the bunks, he vows to follow regulations as his concerned comrades notice his red, teary eyes. Chibi Yu Fengcheng mockingly asks if his savior rejected him, causing the recruit to fume with silent rage. Determined to survive, Shin Yu declares his intent to train well, unaware of Yu Fengcheng's calculating gaze. Lounging shirtless in his bunk, Yu Fengcheng watches the recruit with an intimidating and predatory silence. With a mockingly kind smile, the soldier offers to help the boy along with the rest of the squad. Dong Yuan offers a reassuring arm, reminding him that they are a collective and will support one another. Looking at his bunkmates, Shin Yu compares the angelic Dong Yuan to the devilish presence of Yu Fengcheng. Exhausted, a chibi Shin Yu begs Dong Yuan to massage his aching legs after their 7-kilometer run. Rubbing his hands together, Dong Yuan offers a comfortable massage, drawing on his experience helping his father. As Shin Yu prepares, Yu Fengcheng watches from the background, his gaze cold and full of hidden intent. Firm hands grip Shin Yu's leg to begin the massage, the sudden contact making the recruit tense up. A sharp cry of pain escapes Shin Yu as Dong Yuan applies heavy pressure, preaching no pain, no gain. Gasping for air, the recruit claims the pain is bearable, while others joke about Dong Yuan's gentle personality. Laughing alongside his friends, Shin Yu realizes that meeting them is the only highlight of his military life. From across the room, the silent Yu Fengcheng watches their friendly interaction with an unmistakable look of jealousy. Approaching the pair, Yu Fengcheng offers to learn the technique and practice on Shin Yu's other leg. A close-up captures Shin Yu's fierce warning eyes as he mentally orders the soldier to stay away. With a chilling grin, Yu Fengcheng cracks his knuckles, clearly unbothered by the boy's puny attempts at intimidation. He roughly grabs Shin Yu's leg, his fingers digging into the fabric with a firm and aggressive grip. An agonizing cry of pain sounds as the soldier delivers a painful squeeze, far exceeding the previous touch. Chibi Yu Fengcheng tells the weeping boy to endure it, mockingly echoing the earlier advice he received. The class monitor enters the dorm, questioning the howling noise before Dong Yan explains the situation. Without warning, the monitor forces Shin Yu's leg into a violent stretch, causing the boy's jaw to drop. As the monitor asks if he feels better, a dazed and wobbling Shin Yu sits up in shock. To his utter surprise, the intense pain has vanished, leaving the recruit feeling lighter and much more mobile. The recruit cheers with newfound joy as the monitor promises to continue teaching him similar physical techniques. Tian Liang questions the sudden laughter, while the dark-haired Yu Fengcheng watches him with a neutral, silent gaze. A sharp smack sounds as Chibi Qian Liang hits a friend's head, while Xin Yu offers a sheepish apology. Standing tall in a black tank top, Yu Fengcheng looks over his shoulder with a confident and dominant air. A close-up captures Xin Yu's wide-eyed and thoughtful expression as he gazes at his intimidating comrade. The story shifts to the next morning as a bright, cloud-filled sky marks the beginning of a new day. Lined up for training, the squad is praised for their punctuality, though Xin Yu must still finish his run. Xin Yu runs with a determined and confident stride, feeling capable of handling the extra 500 meters. Comrades discuss Xin Yu's sudden change in attitude while Yu Fengcheng watches with a knowing and amused smirk. A full moon hangs over the quiet dormitory as a voice calls out to the resting recruit. Slumped on his bed, an exhausted Xin Yu claims he cannot move while the kind Dong Yuan watches him. A dull thud sounds as a foot nudges the boy, and a pile of laundry is tossed into a basin. Yu Fengcheng orders Xin Yu to start the laundry, reminding him of the promise he made after losing a bet. With a triumphant smirk, Yu Fengcheng recalls the bet he won against the now frustrated recruit. Chibis show Yu Fengcheng laughing at a sickened Xin Yu, while the gentle Dong Yuan looks on in silence. Xin Yu dejectedly agrees to the task, his expression one of pure defeat as he prepares to work. Fuming with silent resentment, Xin Yu wishes he could bite the soldier who is currently tormenting him. A wet slap sounds as Xin Yu vents his rage by stomping on the laundry while Dong Yuan mediates. Distracted by his anger, Xin Yu uses far too many laundry pots, earning a frantic warning from Dong Yuan. A close-up shows Yu Fengcheng's smirking face as he anticipates his clean clothes. Yu Fengcheng arrives at the washroom, demanding an immediate explanation for the poor state of his soiled garments. Looking at the dirty laundry, a panicked Xin Yu offers a weak excuse about the clothes accidentally falling. Yu Fengcheng sets a 10-minute deadline, threatening a trip to the bathhouse if the recruit fails to finish. A soft rustle sounds as Xin Yu lifts a garment, realizing he is indirectly touching the soldier's intimate items. Shaking his head frantically, the boy tries to dispel his embarrassing thoughts under Yu Fengcheng's watchful gaze. A close-up captures Yu Fengcheng's calculating and amused expression as he supervises the recruit's chores. Walking through the facility, Xin Yu initially finds the place unremarkable until he spots someone in the dormitory. Yu Fengcheng is seen sitting on a bunk, deeply focused and serious as he reads a thick book. Chibi Xin Yu cautiously approaches the soldier, questioning if he was the one who discarded his pack of cigarettes. Looking up from his book, Yu Fengcheng denies the claim and asks why the recruit is questioning him. Desperate for a smoke, Xin Yu begs for a pack, arguing that his quitting process should be gradual. Grabbing the boy's arm, Yu Fengcheng pulls him close and mockingly asks what if he refuses to return them. In a bid to reclaim his stash, Xin Yu offers to wash the soldier's clothes for another full week. Yu Fengcheng rejects the offer because of the boy's poor washing skills, leaving the recruit completely stunned. Chibi Xin Yu protests about his hard work, while, in reality, he humbly promises to wash them much cleaner. Yu Fengcheng finally produces a pack of cigarettes from his locker, dangling the temptation right in front of the boy. Chibi Xin Yu reacts like an excited puppy, tail wagging and eyes sparkling at the sight of his treasure. A close-up focus on Yu Fengcheng's smirking eye signals that he still maintains total control of the situation. Yu Fengcheng tells the wary recruit to follow him outside to watch him smoke the entire pack. Walking behind the soldier, a skeptical Xin Yu wonders if the troublemaker is actually being kind for once. Under the shade of lush trees, Yu Fengcheng sits on a bench and beckons for the boy to join him. The two sit together as Yu Fengcheng bluntly asks if the recruit is truly afraid of him. Gripping the boy's chin firmly, Yu Fengcheng asserts that feeling scared is exactly the right reaction. He teases Xin Yu with a cigarette, dangling it just out of reach while the boy watches with anticipation. Yu Fengcheng pulls his hand back, declaring he won't give it up easily and asking what the boy wants. Leaning in with an intense gaze, Yu Fengcheng makes a suggestive demand for a kiss in exchange for cigarettes. Horrified and outraged, Xin Yu recoils in shock, shouting about the soldier's complete lack of shame. Standing up, Xin Yu angrily accuses Yu Fengcheng of theft, claiming the cigarettes were originally his own property. A sudden struggle ensues as Yu Fengcheng pins the recruit's arms back, forcing him into a defensive posture. A collage of intense panels highlights the physical closeness and smoldering tension between the two young men. Sounds as a firm hand grips a muscular shoulder, signaling a sharp turn in their confrontation. A firm hand clasps Xin Yu's neck, pinning him down as the physical struggle between the two men intensifies. Blushing fiercely, the stunned recruit feels a numbing sensation as Yu Fengcheng maintains his dominant and aggressive hold. Lush green leaves flutter in the breeze as suggestive sounds of a muffled struggle echo through the quiet, shaded grove. Gasping for air, Xin Yu stares upward with wide, watery eyes, his face flushed with a mix of shock and humiliation. The two men pant heavily in the heat of the moment, their faces inches apart amidst a thick, mounting tension. Wiping his mouth with a smirk, Yu Fengcheng mockingly notes that the experience wasn't half bad, leaving the recruit fuming. Leaning in close, the soldier tells the boy to be good and quit smoking, his voice dripping with playful authority. Yu Fengcheng walks away with a casual air, leaving a dazed Xin Yu standing alone under the bright afternoon sun. Staring into the distance, a horrified Xin Yu realizes he just traded his first kiss with a man for a cigarette. A sharp click sounds as Chibi Xin Yu aggressively lights his cigarette, smoking with a vengeance to process his trauma. Back at the dorms, an exhausted Xin Yu collapses on his bunk, complaining about the relentless and soul-crushing training regime. While comrades praise the star student's perfect record, a bitter Xin Yu glares at the lounging and unbothered Yu Fengcheng. Chibi Xin Yu grumbles with crossed arms, begrudgingly admitting that the instructor's favorite student is indeed annoyingly capable. The dead of night is shattered by the sudden, frantic ringing of an alarm bell, jolting the recruits from sleep. Pushing his glasses up, a recruit shouts for everyone to wake up for an immediate and unexpected emergency assembly. Clutching his pillow in a daze, the sleep-deprived Xin Yu groans in agony as he struggles to face the new day. Chibi Qianliang howls the sleepy boy out of bed, warning him that the drill instructor will show no mercy. The instructor stands with an intimidating presence and glowing red eyes, casting a terrifying shadow over the panicked, scrambling recruits. Under the moonlit sky, Xin Yu's voice rings out across the mountains as he promises to join the assembly immediately. The stern instructor berates the disheveled squad, sking at their sloppy appearance and slow reaction to the emergency call. Lined up in the dark, the squad listens in silence as the instructor orders a punishing 5-kilometer cross-country run. Xin Yu's jaw drops in disbelief as he realizes he must finish the grueling run within a strict 30-minute deadline. Falling behind his comrades, a panting and sweating Xin Yu struggles to keep up with the group's relentless, steady pace. Running alongside him, a helpful comrade offers advice on breathing techniques, urging the boy to speed up for the class. The monitor orders Xin Yu to show some dignity, though the exhausted recruit begs for a knockout to escape the pain. A sharp smack sounds as the monitor hits the boy's head, promising to run his extra laps if he tries his best. Determination flares in Xin Yu's eyes as he vows that he will not be looked down upon by the monitor. The monitor hauls the struggling boy forward, ordering him to lift his feet and keep running for the sake of the class. Watching the monitor's effortless and composed stride, Shin-Yu wonders if the gap between their abilities is truly that massive. Pushing past his physical limits, the recruit tells himself that he cannot afford to be seen as a weakling anymore. As the sun begins to rise, Shin-Yu continues his desperate run, fueled by a newfound refusal to be a failure. Wobbling with fatigue at the finish line, Shin-Yu watches as the monitor fulfills his promise, reporting to the instructor. Classmates gossip about the single failure in their group, blaming Shin-Yu's past laziness for the monitor's current harsh punishment. Filled with guilt, Shin-Yu watches from a distance as the monitor begins the extra laps earned by the boy's failure. Later in the dorms, the monitor dries his hair with a towel while the repentant recruit hovers nearby, feeling deeply indebted. Resting on the bunk, the monitor admits the boy's effort exceeded his expectations, prompting a surprised, "Really?" from the recruit. Chibi Shin-Yu looks on with sparkling, star-filled eyes, deeply moved by the rare words of encouragement from his senior. The monitor explains that he only ignored the boy's previous slacking because he was waiting for this day of personal growth. Shin-Yu listens with a somber and thoughtful expression, reflecting on the monitor's words about his own lack of discipline. Pointing a firm finger, the monitor declares he was waiting for the boy to finally realize the heavy consequences of laziness. With a look of intense resolve, the recruit declares that he will never slack off during his training tasks ever again. The monitor reminds him that as a man, he must be responsible for every step he takes in this life. A firm pat sounds as the monitor grips the boy's shoulder, warning him that only cowards live without self-respect. Chibi Shin-Yu sits in a dark cloud of dejection while his bunkmates worry that the lecture was too harsh. Fuming with silent determination, Shin-Yu storms out of the room while Yu Fengcheng watches him with a neutral gaze. Waving his hand dismissively, the recruit tells his concerned friends that he is simply heading to the office to call home. Walking down the hallway, Shin-Yu vows to become a qualified team member, refusing to ever be a loser again. Chibi Shin-Yu bawls into the phone receiver, crying to his mother about how exhausted and homesick he truly feels. His mother weeps into a tissue on the other end, her heart breaking as she worries for her son's well-being. Forcing a brave face, Shin-Yu quickly changes the subject, lying about the good food and warm dorms to comfort her. Chibi Shin-Yu's mother encourages him over the phone, reminding the brown-haired boy to stay strong despite the difficulty. Shin-Yu's mother mentions a family friend, unaware that Feng Cheng is the very person currently bullying her distressed son. A look of pure shock settles on Shin-Yu's face as his mother reveals surprising details about their family history. Shin-Yu listens intently as his mother recounts a childhood visit to Mr. Jian's house when he was very young. Demand for answers followed by a sudden, loud slam sounding as Shin-Yu begs his mother for more information on Feng Cheng. Shin-Yu's phone call is violently interrupted as a shouting Feng Cheng appears, causing the boy to jump in sudden fright. Dejected and fearful of more scolding, Shin-Yu hangs up the phone, only to find Feng Cheng waiting for him nearby. Chibi Shin-Yu panics over potential eavesdropping while a smug Feng Cheng approaches him with a knowing, confident stride. Feng Cheng looms over Shin-Yu, coolly admitting he heard the boy asking his mother for details about his personal life. Feng Cheng pins a blushing Shin-Yu against the desk, whispering that he can reveal everything the boy wants to know. A sharp slap sounding follows as Shin-Yu pushes Feng Cheng away, telling the dark-haired man to stop being so arrogant. Feng Cheng leans back in, mockingly questioning why Shin-Yu has suddenly lost interest in learning more about their shared past. With a predatory gaze, Feng Cheng asks Shin-Yu if he truly doesn't remember their first meeting when they were children. While Feng Cheng confirms their childhood connection, Shin-Yu anxiously wonders if he was as witty back then as he imagines. Feng Cheng promises to teach Shin-Yu games again, leaving the confused boy scratching his head in complete bewilderment. Backing away in a frantic retreat sounding, Xin Yu desperately begs Feng Cheng to leave him alone and let him go. Feng Cheng strokes Xin Yu's chin with a smooth sounding, declaring that life at the camp would be dull without him. Xin Yu lashes out with threats to tell his brother, hoping to scare Feng Cheng off with the mention of family authority. A lingering rub sounding follows as Feng Cheng touches. Feng Cheng pulls back with a sudden, light cough sounding, abruptly shifting the conversation to ask Xin Yu about his physical preferences. Xin Yu stares at his hand in confusion as a soft rub sounding follows, while Feng Cheng tells him to stop pretending. Screaming his denial, Xin Yu accuses the dark-haired Feng Cheng of being the one who is constantly and shamelessly pursuing him. Feng Cheng leans in close with a smirk, satisfied that his deliberate attempts to provoke Xin Yu are working so effectively. While Feng Cheng questions Xin Yu's curiosity, a shamed chibi Xin Yu erupts in a fit of rage over the man's behavior. Xin Yu flees the room in a quick escape sounding, desperately wishing his parents knew the extent of his daily harassment. The scene shifts to the quiet, leafy greenery of the military camp's exterior as a new training session begins. Squad leader Chen Jing announces a challenging 400-meter obstacle course, preparing to demonstrate the proper technique for the recruits. The training begins with a fast start sounding as Chen Jing sprints toward the first tall wooden wall obstacle. With an impressive vault sounding, Chen Jing clears the high wall with the effortless grace of an experienced military professional. Xin Yu despairs over the difficulty while Feng Cheng mocks him, leading to a chibi brawl that Chen Jing quickly settles. Sweat pours down chibi Xin Yu's face as Chen Jing calls his name, signaling it's his turn to face the wall. Xin Yu struggles uselessly against the wall, his boots making a frantic slip sounding as he fails to gain any height. Chen Jing hauls a miserable Xin Yu away by his collar, lecturing the exhausted boy on the importance of using momentum. Adjusting his glasses, Chen Jing orders Yu Feng Cheng forward to demonstrate the correct technique for the struggling Xin Yu once more. A firm thump sounding marks the beginning of Feng Cheng's demonstration as he prepares to show off his superior athletic skill. Feng Cheng vaults the wall and is immediately tasked with training Xin Yu, much to the horror of the protesting chibi recruit. Feng Cheng pulls Xin Yu close, mockingly questioning the boy's tension while reminding him he is only following the leader's orders. Xin Yu calls Feng Cheng a pervert, but the dark-haired man only leans in closer, promising to reveal himself very slowly. Watching Feng Cheng clear the wall with a smooth flip sounding, Xin Yu resolve hardens as he decides to get serious. Chibi Xin Yu tries again with all his might, his feet making a quick kick sounding against the stubborn wooden wall. Landing with a heavy thud sounding, a dejected Xin Yu listens as Feng Cheng insults his intelligence from across the field. Chibi Xin Yu fumes at Feng Cheng's rudeness, but his lack of confidence prevents him from mounting a proper verbal defense. Feng Cheng stands over the fallen Xin Yu, watching the boy with an inquisitive expression that only adds to his frustration. Feng Cheng offers a hand to help Xin Yu over, but the skeptical boy fears he'll be dropped with a fall sounding. Feng Cheng squats down with a soft rustle sounding, reminding Xin Yu that this rare assistance is a very exclusive offer. From a distance, chibi Xin Yu makes a rude gesture while Feng Cheng begins a countdown that ends with a firm 3. A strong lift sounding follows as Feng Cheng hauls Xin Yu upward, helping the struggling boy finally reach the top ledge. Sitting atop the wall with a heavy sit sounding, a startled Xin Yu finally tastes the success of clearing the obstacle. Chibi Xin Yu celebrates his triumph with a laugh, but Feng Cheng immediately ruins the moment by ordering him to get down. Looking down at the ground below, Xin Yu's excitement vanishes as he realizes the terrifying height of the obstacle he conquered. Xin Yu loses his footing and begins to fall, but Feng Cheng catches him from behind with a sudden, firm grasp. A blushing chibi Xin Yu celebrates finally clearing the wall, though he remains flustered by the close encounter with Feng Cheng. After a long day, Shin Yu relaxes in the dormitory, noticing his friend Dong Yuan's impressive physical progress from the training. Dong Yuan casually suggests that building more muscle will make it much easier for them to find girlfriends in the future. Feng Cheng enters the conversation with a towel, while Shin Yu inwardly mocks the man's claim of being inexperienced and having strict parents. Bright sunlight filters through the trees as the sound of rhythmic, heavy footsteps signals the start of another grueling day.
Gasping for breath, Shin Yu celebrates completing his run in 30 minutes, finally earning praise from his squad leader, Chen Jing.
The brief moment of triumph is cut short as a sharp whistle sounding calls all the recruits back to strict attention.
Shin Yu enjoys watching a chibi brawl between recruits until Feng Cheng catches him off guard with an unexpected sudden kiss.
Fuming with rage, Chibi Shin Yu lashes out at the dark-haired man for his constant, shameless teasing and irritating public provocation. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the training grounds once more as the recruits continue their exhausting and repetitive daily military routines.
Shin Yu breathes a sigh of relief after meeting the time limit, but the squad leader's whistle ends the short-lived celebration.
An instructor harshly criticizes the recruits' performance, labeling them the most unsatisfactory and disappointing group he has ever had to train.
Despite Shin Yu's internal optimism about their progress, the leader threatens to send any recruit who fails the assessment to feed pigs.
Dong Yun expresses confidence in the group's success to the squad leader, though he notes a few recruits are holding them back.
A dejected Shin Yu listens as Dong Yuan shares his ambitious goals for a brighter, more successful future within the military ranks. Watching Dong Yuan's dedication, Shin Yu feels a pang of embarrassment over his own lack of progress and general slacking in training.
Shin Yu reluctantly asks Feng Cheng for help with the obstacles, only to immediately regret the decision when the man gives a predatory smirk. Ignoring Shin Yu's complaints about hunger and low energy, Feng Cheng drags the boy toward the field for an early morning warm-up session. Feng Cheng mockingly challenges Shin Yu's fears as he drags the protesting boy toward the obstacle course on a completely empty stomach.
With a devious glint in his eyes, Feng Cheng questions Shin Yu's true desires, leaving the boy trembling in a state of total stress.
Feng Cheng sets a strict new goal for the high wooden wall, warning Shin Yu that he must clear one obstacle every day.
Shin Yu is startled by how closely Feng Cheng has been watching him, eventually agreeing to begin the extra private training session.
Feng Cheng uses his superior strength to boost a struggling Chibi Shin Yu upward, helping him finally conquer the high wooden training obstacle.
Shin Yu collapses from exhaustion atop the wall, but Feng Cheng ruthlessly demands he complete the difficult course one more time for him. Chibi Xin Yu begs for food and rest, while a stern Feng Cheng orders the boy to stop whining and just get down.
His body trembling with fatigue, Shin Yu hauls himself over the final stubborn ledge with a heavy, difficult lift sounding.
A sudden, painful slip sounding occurs as Shin Yu loses his grip and begins to fall from the high wooden training wall.
Feng Cheng watches with a calm, analytical expression as Shin Yu plummets toward the ground after his failed attempt to stay up.
Shin Yu lands squarely on top of Feng Cheng with a heavy thud sounding, resulting in an incredibly awkward and intimate physical tangle. Shin Yu's face flushes with deep embarrassment as he realizes where Feng Cheng's hand has landed during their clumsy and unexpected fall.
Shin Yu distracts from the embarrassment by mocking Feng Cheng's sharp chin, while Chibi Shin Yu celebrates the man's rare, visible frustration. Despite the chaotic fall and the insults, Feng Cheng reaches out a hand to help the exhausted Shin Yu back to his feet.
Feng Cheng's expression hardens into a menacing glare as he dares Shin Yu to repeat his earlier disrespectful and mocking comments. With a sudden, forceful tug sounding, Feng Cheng pulls the startled Shin Yu back down toward the ground to reclaim his dominance. Feng Cheng pins a struggling, blushing Shin Yu to the dirt, coolly questioning the boy's complaints about their accidental physical encounter. Trapped beneath the dark-haired man, a desperate Shin Yu tries to blame his behavior on his extreme hunger and resulting confusion. Feng Cheng leans in dangerously close, whispering a challenge about whether it is Shin Yu's words or his heart that is truly lying. Shin Yu stares up in silence, unable to move as the shadow of his tormentor looms over him in the morning light. Feng Cheng's lips brush against Shin Yu's as he mockingly asks if the boy truly doesn't want to know the truth about them. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and anger, Shin Yu lashes out with a muffled shout, demanding that Feng Cheng stop playing his manipulative games. A tearful chibi Shin Yu flees the training grounds in a quick retreat, lamenting his lack of skills and physical resilience. Under the quiet glow of the crescent moon, Shin Yu reflects on 2 months of frustration and the increasingly confusing tension. Seeking a distraction, Shin Yu sits up in his dark bunk to browse through hidden photos and satisfy his late-night cravings. In the dim light of the dormitory, Shin Yu's features soften as he focuses intently on the glowing screen of his phone. A blushing Shin Yu tries to justify his sudden, confusing attraction to Feng Cheng as a mere side effect of his long isolation. Despite his efforts to distract himself, Shin Yu finds no satisfaction, realizing with a heavy heart that his desires are shifting elsewhere. A sudden, firm grab sounding startles Shin Yu as Feng Cheng unexpectedly joins him in the dark bunk, whispering for him to be quiet. Trapped and breathless, Shin Yu bites down on his bedding to stifle a sound while Feng Cheng presses close behind him in shadows. Feng Cheng remains calm and focused, his presence an inescapable weight that leaves the sweating Shin Yu trapped in a state of absolute silence. A muffled sound escapes as Shin Yu's face remains buried in the soft fabric, his cheeks burning with shame. The dark blue fabric with cute dog patterns sits silently, a lingering reminder of the soldier's intimate presence. Shrouded by the green blanket, the recruit's thoughts scream in embarrassment while he hides from Yu Feng Cheng's watchful gaze. Looking down at the struggling boy, Yu Feng Cheng warns him not to suffocate while bluntly stating he hates liars. A soft sound marks Yu Feng Cheng's advance, leaning in close enough to make the stunned chibi recruit's heart race. Pinning him with an intense gaze, the soldier repeats his dislike for liars, while a flustered Shin Yu looks on. Yu Feng Cheng appears in his formal uniform, mockingly lifting a tiny, angry chibi version of the recruit by the tie. Sitting alone on his bunk, chibi Shin Yu feels a sudden, hollow sense of loss the moment Yu's hand vanishes. Shin Yu glares from his bed, fuming because the soldier is already asleep and acting like nothing happened between them. The morning sky offers no comfort as a desperate internal cry for an end to this humiliation rings out. In the mess hall, Shin Yu's mood brightens instantly at the sight of rare yogurt on his breakfast tray. Friends tease him for his feline-like eating habits until a somber Shin Yu claims he is just homesick for his mom. Shaking his bottle, Yu Feng Cheng praises the pure yogurt before accidentally spilling a white drop onto his own hand. The soldier gazes at the mess on his fingers, prompting a shocked and flustered reaction from the recruit nearby. A concerned comrade urges Shin Yu to slow down, unaware of the mounting tension radiating from the blushing, breathless boy. Suggestively licking the yogurt from his fingers, Yu Feng Cheng discards the bottle while an outraged chibi Shin Yu fumes silently. Under the moonlit sky, the soldier confronts Shin Yu about his late-night activities beneath the barracks blankets. Adjusting his glasses, the class monitor holds up Shin Yu's phone, announcing its immediate confiscation for poor behavior. Chibi Shin Yu clings to the monitor's arm, tearfully swearing he will never break the rules again for his phone. Yu Feng Cheng intervenes, taking the phone to use as leverage for the boy's training, much to Shin Yu's horror.
With a mischievous grin, the soldier suggests they explore the game on the phone together during the next break. A sharp smack sounds as Yu Fengcheng hauls the recruit toward the obstacle course, mocking his lack of speed. Collapsing after the run, Shin Yu learns he failed the time limit by 37 seconds under Yu's watchful eyes. Gasping for air, the recruit looks up in confusion, questioning what device the soldier is using to time him. Flashing a triumphant smirk, Yu Fengcheng holds up the confiscated phone, proving he still has the upper hand. Shin Yu lunges forward to reclaim his property, desperately arguing that he wasn't playing games on the device. When pressed for the truth, the recruit admits he was only looking at photos because he missed his parents. Startled by the timing, Shin Yu stares up with wide eyes as the soldier continues to toy with him.
The soldier lazily dangles the phone in the air, his calm expression contrasting with the boy's frantic energy.
A struggle ensues as the recruit tries to snatch the phone back, only to be effortlessly blocked by Yu Fengcheng. Yu Fengcheng leans back, his gaze sharp as he questions why the boy was really using the phone at night. Showing a racy photo, the soldier questions if the woman in the red bikini is truly the boy's mother. Smirking, the soldier suggests that Shin Yu actually enjoyed the invasion that took place between them the night before. Blushing fiercely, Chibi Shin Yu shouts that the incident only happened because the soldier made the first move. Yu Fengcheng closes the distance, mockingly questioning if his reaction was truly that of a normal guy. Recoiling in a fit of rage and embarrassment, Shin Yu vows to fight if the soldier ever touches him again. After a quick peck on the cheek, Yu Fengcheng mentions the good stuff found on the boy's confiscated phone. With a look of resolve, Shin Yu claims the girl's name doesn't matter, and he won't back down now. Holding the phone, Yu Fengcheng asks the stunned recruit who he was really thinking about that fateful night. A tense silence follows as Shin Yu struggles to find words, his mouth open in a speechless, flustered daze. Looking at his own hand, the recruit inwardly confesses that he was indeed thinking of Yu Fengcheng's deadly touch. Leaning in until they are inches apart, the soldier asserts that the boy was definitely thinking about him. Pinning him back, Yu Fengcheng threatens to recreate the suggestive scenes found on the phone during their next chance. With a predatory smirk, the soldier promises to record something even better than the good stuff for future viewing. The sharp crack of rifles sounds as the recruits fire, with Shin Yu achieving a surprising 9-point score. Smugly posing with a peace sign, Chibi Shin Yu basks in the glory of his high mark at the range. Comrades applaud his talent, while the recruit boasts about his past experience with various firearms during classes abroad. The office phone sits on the desk as Shin Yu's voice bubbles with pride while recounting his success. His mother reveals shocking news about a betrayal by Jian Suolin, leaving Shin Yu filled with regret. Shin Yu listens somberly as his mother explains she sent him away to grow up and protect his brother. His mother explains Su Ying is like a son to her and now relies solely on Shin Yu's strength. Guilt consumes Shin Yu as he learns of the betrayal against his brother and his own role in it. His mother stresses the urgency of the situation, pleading for him to become the support his brother needs. Fang Dongyuan notices Shin Yu's physical progress, noting that their critical team assessment is only 2 weeks away. While Dongyuan worries about being separated, Shin Yu remains deep in thought about their uncertain future in the unit. Shin Yu celebrates the possibility of escaping Yu Fengcheng, though he dreads the thought of leaving his true friends. Chibi Shin Yu clings to Dongyuan, tearfully pleading with his friend never to forget their bond after the assessment. The atmosphere shifts as Yu Fengcheng watches the display, coolly remarking that he won't be forgetting anything either. Laughter rings out as a playful tickle fight breaks out, though Xin Yu quickly snaps into a fuming pout. Feeling sluggish after lunch, Shin Yu rejects Yu Fengcheng's offer to train together, sparking a flash of visible annoyance.
On a quiet park bench, Yu Fengcheng confronts the recruit about his growing closeness with their other comrade. Yu Fengcheng hints at unsuitable childhood games, leaving Xin Yu frustrated by the soldier's constant, mysterious teasing.
The conversation ends abruptly as Yu Fengcheng stands to leave, his expression unreadable beneath the dappled sunlight.
A freckled comrade named Liang Xiaomao approaches, suspiciously questioning how Xin Yu managed to get close to Yu Fengcheng.
Accusations fly as Liang Xiaomao insults Xin Yu's family, prompting an explosive and defensive outburst from the recruit.
Crude gestures and insults are exchanged as Chibi Xin Yu loses his temper with the mocking, freckled boy.
Liang Xiaomao delivers a final taunt, vowing that Xin Yu will be the one crying after the upcoming assessment.
Fuming and alone, Xin Yu is suddenly summoned to the office, his name echoing down the silent hallway. Stepping inside, the recruit's eyes widen in shock as he catches sight of a formidable figure waiting for him. Clad in a formal uniform with sunglasses, Huo Chao, the vice captain and Yu's uncle, exudes an aura of authority. From an overhead view, Huo Chao observes the confused recruit, amused that the boy doesn't recognize his old acquaintance. Standing up to his full height, the vice captain examines Xin Yu, marveling at how much the boy has grown. Xin Yu studies the man, noting that despite his youthful appearance, he carries the weight of a seasoned elder. Extending a hand, Huo Chao introduces himself as Yu's uncle and a close friend of Xin Yu's brother. The vice captain continues to tower over the recruit, his gaze sharp as he assesses the boy's potential. Introductions continue as Huo Chao mentions their childhood meeting, though the memories remain a total blank for Xin Yu. A nervous sweat breaks out on Xin Yu's brow as he tentatively shakes the hand of the powerful officer. Tension mounts as Yu Fengcheng appears, his intense gaze making Xin Yu feel like a cornered animal once again. Huo Chao laughs while recounting embarrassing childhood stories of Xin Yu ripping Yu Fengcheng's clothes during their fights. Looking utterly mortified, Yu Fengcheng leans against his uncle while claiming to have absolutely no memory of those incidents.
A smirk plays on Yu Fengcheng's lips as he suddenly admits he might actually remember a small part of it.
Outraged, Xin Yu realizes that Yu's current harshness is just petty revenge for their childhood scuffles in the past. A soft sound marks Yu Fengcheng's advance, leaning in close to whisper that it is already far too late. While Yu Fengcheng beams with pride for his uncle, he bluntly reminds Xin Yu that elite training isn't for weaklings. Surrounded by a triumphant glow, the soldier vows that he will one day join the legendary special squad himself. Xin Yu remains skeptical, struggling to believe that the seemingly normal man before him is a legendary killing machine. Looking back with a piercing gaze, Yu Fengcheng warns that the man's outward appearance is merely a clever mask. In a chibi struggle, Yu Fengcheng pinches Xin Yu's cheek, warning him to keep quiet during their upcoming dinner. Back at the table, a comrade curiously asks the squad leader about the rumors of entering the elite squad. Gossip spreads among the recruits as they discuss overhearing the vice captain's presence in the office earlier that day. A comrade approaches the visiting officer with a bottle of beer, eager to celebrate his rare return to the barracks. Huo Chao politely declines the drink due to duty, while Yu Fengcheng urges his uncle to stay for a chat. The uncle agrees to stay the night, while Xin Yu watches Yu Fengcheng's model student act with deep suspicion. A flushed comrade raises his glass, preparing to share a legendary and potentially embarrassing story about the vice captain. Laughter erupts as the monitor recalls Huo Chao once claiming he could pass as a girl with longer hair. Chibi recruits roll with laughter as they relive the memory of their Huo Chao raises his own glass, clarifying that his past comments were only meant to tease his friends back then. Yu Fengcheng offers a smirk and a warning, noting that his uncle's drinking habits have always been quite poor. Hilarity ensues as a comrade recounts a drunk Huo Chao once trying to kiss their leader during training camp.
Laughing heartily, Huo Qiao warns that he gets wild when drunk and holds his caretaker responsible for the night. While the veterans reminisce about their heroic past, Xin Yu feels like a total outsider listening to their stories. Chibi Xin Yu imagines himself as a battle-hardened hero, longing for the glory of surviving a dangerous battlefield. Watching Yu Fengcheng admire his uncle, Xin Yu observes a rare, youthful expression on the soldier's usually harsh face. Xin Yu compares this boyish side to Yu's predatory smirk, noticing how differently the soldier behaves around his uncle. Deep in thought, the recruit wonders if Yu Fengcheng would finally respect him if he became as powerful as Huo Chao. The quiet observation continues as Xin Yu remains fixated on the visible bond between the powerful uncle and his nephew. Questioning the soldier's absolute awe, Xin Yu reflects on the duality of Yu Fengcheng's personality during this rare dinner. Leveraging his brother's name, Xin Yu toasts the vice captain, noting that the legendary officer clearly cannot handle his liquor. A heavy gulp sounds as the vice captain accepts a toast for Sui Ying, unable to refuse the recruit's challenge. With another quick gulp, Huo Chao downs a third glass, while Xin Yu watches the older man's face turn bright red. A dark, menacing shadow falls over the recruit as Yu Fengcheng glares with an intensity that leaves Chibi Xin Yu terrified. Realizing he overstepped, Xin Yu stands abruptly as the drunken vice captain begins to stumble toward him in a daze. Surprise washes over the recruit as the inebriated officer suddenly grabs him, much to the young man's utter bewilderment. Leaning in close, a flushed Huo Chao gleefully recounts the childhood moment when Xin Yu kissed a young Yu Fengcheng. Amidst the chaos, Chibi Yu Fengcheng tries to drag his drunken uncle to bed while the officer resists. The embarrassing story continues as the drunk Huo Chao's laughter fills the air as he reveals Xin Yu once mistook Yu Fengcheng for a girl long ago. A man with glasses, Xiao Chen, finds his wrist suddenly seized by the erratic and very powerful vice captain. Xin Yu recognizes a familiar combat move, while a smiling Yu Fengcheng watches his uncle's drunken antics with pride. Huo Chao pins the man in glasses against the wall, questioning if he is being tested while being told he's heavy. Yu Fengcheng looks on with visible surprise after learning about the recruit's hidden ambition to join the prestigious military academy. With a somber and respectful expression, the soldier acknowledges the boy's long-held dream and offers his sincere well wishes. After a quick tisk, Yu Fengcheng promises to join his uncle's unit soon, despite the threat of his mother's wrath. Chibi Yu Fengcheng helps his uncle to bed as the officer advises him to focus on his current training. Blame shifts as Yu Fengcheng points an accusing finger at Xin Yu for getting his uncle so dangerously drunk. Seizing the recruit, Yu Fengcheng hauls him away from the hall while another comrade watches the scene in silence. Continuity holds as Yu Fengcheng reiterates his intent to eventually transfer into his uncle's elite special forces squad. The chibi version captures a softer moment as the young soldier ensures his uncle is settled safely for the night. Returning to the tense reality, Yu Fengcheng continues to drag the sweating, protesting recruit back toward their shared barracks. Fuming with rage, Yu Fengcheng demands to know why the recruit forced his uncle to consume so much alcohol. The distance vanishes as the soldier interrogates the recruit, his sharp gaze cutting through the boy's weak, nervous defenses. Grabbing Xin Yu's collar, the soldier reminds him that Huo Chao only tolerated him out of respect for Sui Ying. With a menacing growl, Yu Fengcheng asks if the recruit's insolent attitude is directed at him or his beloved uncle. Looming over the boy, Yu Fengcheng coldly asserts that Xin Yu isn't even qualified to be in his uncle's presence. Trying to escape the confrontation, the recruit quickly agrees and claims he is just going back to sleep now. A strong arm blocks the boy's path as Yu Fengcheng demands to know why he is suddenly being so difficult. Grabbing the boy's chin, Yu Fengcheng asks if he remembers anything at all from their shared past as children.
With a predatory glint, the soldier promises to help him remember everything, ignoring the boy's claims of pettiness.
A sharp smack lands on the recruit's head as Yu Fengcheng threatens to hit him harder for talking back.
Yu Fengcheng questions if the recruit's recent life choices were influenced by someone else, much to the boy's annoyance.
Flicking the recruit's forehead, Yu Fengcheng orders him to stop prying and return to the dorm room immediately. Curiosity gets the better of a fellow recruit who asks where the two of them are sneaking off together. Lying awake in the dark, Shin Yu feels a wave of depression while contemplating his uncertain future in the unit.
2 weeks pass, and the recruits prepare for final examinations, while Shin Yu grumbles about the boring military rules.
Boasting about his past, Shin Yu claims he once woke up at dawn for an actress, which Dong Yuan dismisses. Chibi Shin Yu clings to his friend, declaring his intention to go home the moment his service finally ends. The scene shifts to an evening bonfire party as the recruits celebrate the end of their difficult assessment period. Enjoying a skewer, a recruit notes that many of them will be separated once team assignments are finalized tomorrow. A quick gulp sounds as a drunken Chibi Shin Yu hugs Dong Yan until Yu Fengcheng arrives to drag him away.
Yu Fengcheng warns that sleeping outside will be fatal, while the stubborn recruit refuses to stand up.
Amidst a starry night, Chibi Yu Fengcheng continues to drag his flushed, protesting companion toward safety. Tensions rise as the recruit urgently needs to find a bathroom, causing the soldier to grumble in annoyance. Panic ensues as a fumbling hand reaches for a zipper, resulting in a sudden, sharp gasp of pure shock. Smirking playfully, Yu Fengcheng asks if the recruit needs assistance, deepening the boy's flustered and embarrassed state. A hand unfastens a belt while the recruit questions the soldier's intentions during their intimate, moonlit confrontation.
The sound of cloth shifting accompanies a hand skillfully unzipping trousers in the quiet, shadowed darkness.
Startled, Shin Yu asks why his pants are being removed as the soldier maintains a firm, unwavering grip. Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng whispers about their shared fate while the recruit desperately tries to push him away. The soldier mocks the recruit's soft sounds, asking if he's afraid of being heard during their heated encounter. A stifled groan escapes as the two share a breathless, intimate moment masked by a symbolic white flower. Heavy breathing fills the air as they lean against a wall, leaving Shin Yu looking dazed and completely spent. Sweating and flushed, Yu Fengcheng gazes down at his companion with an intense, predatory look in his eyes.
Chibi Yu Fengcheng considers continuing, but decides the time and place are wrong as his companion drifts off.
Gently pinching a cheek, the soldier notes that the exhausted recruit has fallen asleep right in his arms. A weary Chibi Yu Fengcheng drags the limp, sleeping boy back to the dorm as the long night ends. Bright morning sunlight streams through the windows, signaling the start of a new and very busy day. Waking up with a groan, Xin Yu feels utterly exhausted and struggles to shake off his lingering fatigue. Surprise flashes across the recruit's face as he finds Yu Fengcheng hovering over him in their shared bed. Fragmented memories of the previous night resurface as the soldier asks if the boy intends to keep sleeping. In the crowded barracks, a snoring Xiao Chen remains oblivious to the tense conversation happening in the background. Yu Fengcheng demands his bed back while the recruit realizes his own spot has been occupied during the night. A symbolic white rose appears as Shin Yu reacts with wide-eyed shock to a sudden, unexpected touch. Softening his tone, the soldier pulls the blanket over the recruit and tells him to go back to sleep. Enveloped in warmth, Shin Yu drifts back into slumber with a peaceful and rare smile on his face. An announcement blares through the dorms, ordering all recruits to gather for assessment results and new assignments. Anticipation builds as Feng Dongyuan is called, leaving Shin Yu to worry about where he will be stationed.
Standing at attention, Jin Yu responds as the officer finally reads his name aloud from the official list. Celebratory cheers erupt as the recruit learns he has been assigned to a reconnaissance team alongside his friends.
Xiao Chen, the squad leader with glasses, approaches and asks Xin Yu to follow him for further instructions.
While being led away, the recruit expresses confusion about the sudden change in his expected military assignment. Reality sets in as the squad leader reveals that Xin Yu has actually been assigned to cooking class. Pouting with disappointment, the recruit listens as Xiao Chen promises to eventually help him transfer back. The squad leader urges him to work hard so that the major can see his true worth and effort. Dejected, Xin Yu wonders if he should just slack off and enjoy the food in the mess hall instead. Seeking reassurance, the recruit asks if being assigned to the kitchen is considered an embarrassing failure. Chibi Xiao Chen comfortingly pats the boy's head, warning him not to lose heart or look down on himself. Entering the bustling mess hall, the recruit meets Cheng Wang and the stern squad leader Wu Cheng.
Xiao Chen introduces the new recruit to the kitchen staff, leaving a reluctant Xin Yu to face his fate. Cheng Wang immediately puts the boy to work, dragging him toward a large bowl of unwashed cabbage. Disasters pile up as Chibi Xin Yu cuts his finger and is relegated to washing a mountain of dishes.
Surrounded by dirty plates, the recruit despairs over how manual labor will help him achieve military glory. Nursing a bandaged finger, Xin Yu fumbles with his frustration while haunted by memories of the soldier's gaze. A splashing sound marks the start of the next morning as a hose sprays water over the crops. Grumbling about his new life as a farmer, the recruit waters the greenhouse while dreaming of escaping his duties. Squad leader Wu calls out in surprise, noticing that the distracted recruit is accidentally watering his own shoes. After being told to change his footwear, a chibi Xin Yu trudges off under the bright morning sun.
Taking a moment to bask in the warmth, the recruit smiles, finding a small bit of peace.
The atmosphere shifts as Yu Fengcheng reappears, smirking while he questions the recruit about his new situation. Crossing his arms confidently, the soldier admits he predicted the boy would end up in the mess hall.
Xin Yu stands defiantly in the hallway as Yu Fengcheng approaches him, questioning the recruit's sudden change in attitude.
Yu Fengcheng playfully grabs the flustered recruit's face, teasing him about crying while the boy denies it with a blush. Crossing his arms, Xin Yu questions why the soldier is loitering in the hallway instead of resting after morning drills. Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng intensely reminds the blushing recruit of their shared physical encounter from the previous night. In the dorms, the soldier questions if the recruit enjoyed their physical closeness despite his claims of being drunk. Grabbing Xin Yu's chin, the soldier demands the boy look him in the eyes and tell the honest truth.
Memories of their intense moonlight encounter resurface as Yu Fengcheng mocks the recruit's obvious physical reaction to his touch.
Chibi Xin Yu explodes in an embarrassed rage, declaring that he won't take responsibility for their brief, shared intimacy. Touching the boy's lips, Yu Fengcheng brings up their passionate kiss while Xin Yu insistently claims he likes women. Holding up 2 fingers, the soldier reminds the flustered recruit that they actually shared more than one passionate kiss. Yu Fengcheng asks if the recruit still considers himself straight after everything that transpired between them during the night. Whispering into the boy's ear, the soldier claims that his lack of straightness only makes their dynamic more exciting. Panicked, Xin Yu claims his good looks are an accident and tells the pursuing soldier to get in line. Frustrated by the constant teasing, the recruit pushes back against the soldier as the tense atmosphere in the room peaks. A physical struggle erupts into a forceful, sudden kiss, masked symbolically by a small white flower as clothes shift. Breathing heavily, Xin Yu glares at the soldier who winces after being bitten during their heated physical exchange. With a final angry shout, the recruit kicks Yu Fengcheng out of the room, sending him stumbling into the hallway. A loud thud echoes as the door slams shut, leaving a stunned soldier alone while Xin Yu fumes inside. Trembling with a new level of rage, Xin Yu questions why he allows the soldier to insult and humiliate him. Sinking to the floor in despair, the recruit wonders why he cares so much about earning the arrogant soldier's respect. Two recruits visit the kitchen, noting how Yu Fengcheng is excelling in his high-level reconnaissance skills while Xin Yu cooks. Chibi Xin Yu clutches a head of cabbage, feeling a wave of intense envy toward his friend's military progress. Seeking a change of pace, the recruit asks squad leader Wu for permission to practice shooting at the range. A split screen shows the stern, smoking squad leader questioning why a kitchen recruit is suddenly interested in target practice. Out on the sunny field, squad leader Wu orders the marksman to show the new recruits a real demonstration. Despite being out of practice, the older soldier is revealed to be a legendary sharpshooter by the admiring recruit.
A series of panels capture the marksman's intense focus and the recruit's hopeful expression as the demonstration finally begins.
The veteran marksman mocks his own rustiness while his comrade urges him to show off for the impressed newbies. In a stylized break, the soldier looks sharp in full uniform while holding a tiny, pouting version of Xin Yu. With a smirk, the marksman tells the recruit that any failure on the range will result in extra dishwashing. Commanding the area, squad leader Wu orders the recruits to stand at attention and watch the master marksman work. A single, powerful shot rings out as the marksman achieves an incredible total of 99 points with ease. Shocked by the display, Xin Yu listens as the veterans hint at a dark, mysterious incident from the past. Wide-eyed with genuine admiration, the recruit asks why such a talented sharpshooter is stuck working in the kitchen. The marksman sighs, claiming he is just getting old, while his comrade mocks the recruit's prying and inappropriate questions. Handing over the rifle, squad leader Wu challenges the recruit to back up his boasts about his own shooting skills. Concentrating hard, the recruit manages an 88 on the field, earning a rare bit of praise from the veterans. Focusing his gaze, Xin Yu listens as the squad leader offers instruction on how to align a perfect shot. Chibi Xin Yu listens with cat-like ears as the marksman explains the importance of ignoring all external environmental distractions. Returning to the stairwell, the recruit seeks out the squad leader with glasses to ask about the marksman's history.
Keeping his voice low, the squad leader warns that squad leader Wu's past is a sensitive, private military topic.
Approaching his friend's dormitory door, Xin Yu wonders how the difficult training went for Dong Yun and the others today. Startled and wide-eyed, the recruit finds Yu Fengcheng looming over him inside the shared dormitory room once again.
Xin Yu rushes in to hang out with his friend, while a smirking Yu Fengcheng mocks his boring kitchen life.
A freckled recruit mocks Xin Yu, questioning if the kitchen life allows for gambling, drinking, and playing cards. The teasing continues as the freckled boy laughs at the idea of the recruit only learning pig farming and cooking. Enraged, Yu Fengcheng suddenly grabs the freckled boy's collar, defending the kitchen squad as vital teammates of the unit. Intimidated by the soldier's intense, predatory gaze, the freckled boy stammers out a weak excuse for his earlier insults. The soldier maintains a firm, threatening grip, forcing the bully to acknowledge that every soldier deserves respect, regardless of squad. Stunned by the unexpected defense, Xin Yu watches silently as the man who teased him stands up for his honor. Yu Fengcheng abruptly pulls a confused Xin Yu away from the dormitory area, cutting their conversation short. The soldier orders the recruit to leave as Xin Yu glances back with a silent, questioning expression. Under the cover of night, Xin Yu defiantly rejects the soldier's lectures, insisting that he enjoys spending time with his friends regardless of rank. Trapping the recruit against a wall, Yu Fengcheng warns him that he has a bad habit of intervening. Gritting his teeth with a blush, Shin Yu glares at the soldier who promises to end his streak of defiance. The soldier mocks the recruit's fantasies before a physical scuffle breaks out, ending with Shin Yu demanding to be left alone.
Yu Fengcheng pulls the boy close again, shamelessly demanding a kiss after being apart for 10 long days.
Questioning the nature of their relationship, a flustered Xin Yu is caught off guard as the soldier leans in.
A serene blue sky marks the arrival of the next morning, shifting the mood from the night's tension.
A fellow recruit brings a stack of books to a yawning Xin Yu, revealing they are manuals for pig farming.
Disbelief washes over the recruit as he watches a truck unload a group of energetic pink piglets. While Chang Wangwang admires the healthy livestock, a panicked Shin Yu finds himself being chased by the hungry pigs.
After the pigs are penned, the recruit learns he must mix feed while looking for a way into town.
Shin Yu begs Chang Wangwang to take him along for the next supply run, hoping for a temporary escape.
The freckled man sternly refuses the boy's attempt at a bribe, insisting that chores must be completed first.
Scratching his head, the recruit worries that asking Yu Fengcheng for help would only lead to more unwanted physical intimacy.
Spotting the squad leader with glasses, Jin Yu waves him down to ask about a certain secret.
Standing on the stairs, the recruit eagerly asks Xiao Chen for the information he managed to dig up.
Xiao Chen reveals that Sergeant Wu was once a legendary sniper who was forced into the kitchen after an injury.
The monitor explains that Shin Yu's assignment was intentional, offering him a chance to earn his way back to the team.
Deepening the story, Xiao Chen describes how a bullet to the lower back ended Sergeant Wu's elite sniping career.
Shin Yu's eyes sparkle with hope as he learns that a stellar shooting performance could be his ticket out.
Approaching the stern Sergeant Wu, the recruit finds him engrossed in a book about postpartum care for pigs.
Seeking validation, Jin Yu asks the veteran if he has any latent talent, only to be dismissed as nonsensical.
Chibi Shin Yu pleads for lessons in marksmanship, while the unimpressed sergeant maintains his focused, cynical exterior.
Celebrating a small victory, the recruit cheers after the veteran finally agrees to mentor him during their spare time.
Sneaking toward Yu Fengcheng's dormitory during lunch, a Chibi Shin Yu hears the soldier humming a happy tune inside.
The tall soldier catches the recruit being sneaky, questioning his sudden appearance with a knowing, arched eyebrow.
A rare, plump peach is presented as a symbolic peace offering, though its value is lost on the kitchen squad.
Angry at the meager gift, Chibi Jin Yu demands cigarettes instead, accusing the soldier of being a total scam.
Yu Fengcheng questions why the boy needs cigarettes, as Shin Yu insists they aren't for his own personal use.
Smirking, the soldier asks who the recruit is trying to impress, promising the goods if the reason is good.
Shin Yu admits he needs them to secure a spot on the cooking squad's upcoming trip into town.
Skeptical of the boy's easy compliance, Yu Fengcheng warns him not to use the trip for any more trouble.
In a sudden, swift motion, the soldier plants a kiss on the recruit's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned.
Leaning in with a predatory grin, Yu Fengcheng possessively declares himself to be the recruit's only man. Fuming with embarrassment, Zhen Yu is told to prepare for town as the soldier points the way out. Yu Fengcheng holds a pack of cigarettes close to the blushing recruit, signaling the completion of their secret deal.
A narrating chibi reveals that despite his deals, Shin Yu is still stuck on the farm feeding the pigs.
Clad in an apron and gloves, the recruit shovels feed while pleading with Chang Wangwang for a ride.
Chibi Chang Wangwang demands more sincerity, laughing as the recruit cries about the cigarettes he already sacrificed.
Wailing in despair, the recruit laments how heartbroken his mother would be to see him doing manual farm labor.
Taking pity on him, the man pats the little princess on the head, promising a trip to town tomorrow.
Shin Yu's mood instantly brightens until he hears that the leader of Squad 3 will be joining them.
Suspicion creeps in as the recruit asks who exactly the squad leader is bringing along for the ride. Shin Yu's heart sinks as he realizes his plan to chot up girls is ruined by Yu Fengcheng's presence.
The freckled man repeats his promise to take the dejected little princess into town for some much-needed fun. Haunted by the news, Chibi Shin Yu continues to despair over the tall, handsome soldier ruining his secret plans.
The next morning, a truck carries the recruits through the mountains as Shin Yu questions the soldiers' unwanted company.
Yu Fengcheng mentions that Sin Yu shared a secret as mountains loom while the recruit excitedly prepares for town.
Xiao Chen scolds the recruit for comparing military service to jail, while Shin Yu wonders about town attractions. The monitor sternly warns that their military uniforms prohibit them from entering any bars or nightclubs during the trip. Xiao Chen urges Yu Fengcheng to monitor the recruits' behavior closely once they arrive in the bustling mountain town.
Upon arriving, Chibi Xin Yu is crestfallen to find a quiet market instead of the lively nightlife he imagined.
Shin Yu asks for a phone to message his mother, and Yu Fengcheng reluctantly allows him a brief moment.
The recruit goes on a photography spree, even begging the disinterested monitor to take a full-body picture of him.
Camera frames capture a series of poses where Yu Fengcheng playfully crashes Shin Yu's photos, much to his annoyance. A scuffle breaks out in the photo frame as Yu Fengcheng shoves the recruit's face during their group shot.
Yu Fengcheng snatches the phone away, teasing the boy about what he intends to tell his mother about them. Horrified, Shin Yu reads a text falsely claiming Yu Fengcheng is his best friend who takes wonderful care of him. A furious chase ensues through the town square as the recruit yells at the shameless soldier for his deception.
Enraged, Chibi Xin Yu laments that he wanted to tell his mother about his manly progress and six-pack abs.
Loaded with heavy shopping bags, Shin Yu explains he bought treats for his comrades despite the soldiers' mocking questions.
A beautiful girl in colorful traditional clothing catches the recruit's eyes as she smiles shyly from a shop doorway. Completely smitten, a blushing Xin Yu wonders if he should muster the courage to ask for the girl's number. Yu Fengcheng intervenes with a warning that flirting with local women could lead to him being kidnapped into marriage. Roughly pulling the recruit's ear, the soldier orders him to stop staring at the women and focus on shopping. A submissive Shin Yu agrees to the rules just as the monitor calls everyone to gather their supplies for lunch.
Sitting at the table, Xin Yu's heart sinks after receiving a distressing text about his brother's failing business company.
Yu Fengcheng repeats his terrifying warning about the girl's protective brothers to the now distracted and worried recruit.
A stylized illustration depicts the soldier looking sharp in full uniform while a tiny chibi Shin Yu hangs from him. Overwhelmed by the bad news from his family, Shin Yu excuses himself from the table to make a call.
On the phone, the recruit hides his tears while reassuring his mother that his brother is capable of recovery.
Reflecting on family pride and recent betrayals, a somber Shin Yu looks out over the town with heavy eyes.
The monitor rejects Shin Yu's request for home leave, explaining that regulations only allow for extreme family health emergencies.
Noticing his friend's despair, Yu Fengcheng suggests they drink and drown their worries during their limited time in town.
A sharp clink sounds as they share a drink, the soldier's gaze fixed intently on the recruit's troubled face. Proposed card game rules challenge the others to strip off clothing for every round they lose in their room.
The men sit in a focused circle as the high-stakes game of strip poker begins in their shared quarters.
Hiding his face behind his cards, a mischievous Xin Yu giggles as he prepares for a winning play.
Triumphant, the recruit demands that the monitor remove his clothes after winning yet another round of the game.
Cards scatter across the floor as Xin Yu accuses the topless monitor of cheating his way through the game.
Xiao Chen explains he only wears glasses to maintain authority, surprising the others with his true, youthful appearance.
Leaning in close, the recruit tries to inspect the monitor's bare face, while Yu Fengcheng watches with crossed arms. Yu Fengcheng suddenly pulls Shin Yu onto his lap, questioning what kind of drunken nonsense the recruit is shouting.
In a quiet moment,
The two men lean close together as the rowdy party continues around them. Whispering a dark warning, Yu Fengcheng tells the recruit to be very careful for the rest of the night.
Startled, Shin Yu pushes away from the soldier, using a desperate need for the restroom as an excuse.
Stripping off his jacket, a confident Shin Yu brags about his plan to strip the monitor and Wang Wang down.
Luck turns against him as the recruit finds himself down to his underwear, questioning the honesty of his friends.
Panicking as the game continues, Shin Yu tries to bolt for the bathroom again to avoid the next penalty.
Yu Fengcheng demands that the recruit stop wasting time and follow through with the rules of their bet.
Trapped and blushing, Shin Yu insists he can do it himself when the soldier offers to help him undress.
A pair of white underwear flies through the air as the recruit cries out in absolute frustrated disbelief.
Morning arrives as the monitor and another recruit head out, leaving the two main soldiers alone in the room.
Left behind, Yu Fengcheng watches as a shocked, half-naked Sin Yu realization about their solitude begins to set in.
A sudden, powerful motion follows as the soldier pins the recruit to the bed with a predatory, focused expression.
Closing in, Yu Fengcheng possessively declares his desire to sleep with the recruit as he leans over him.
Yu Fengcheng comments on the hotel's safety before ordering the drunken, sheet-clutching recruit to go take a shower. Chibi Shin Yu stubbornly refuses to shower, fearing the soldier will take advantage of him, while Yu Fengcheng gives him an ultimatum.
Panicking, the naked Chibi recruit sprints toward the bathroom as Yu Fengcheng watches with his arms crossed.
Yu Fengcheng enters the steamy bathroom to check on Shin Yu, who is dazed and soaking in the tub.
A sudden, sharp slap to the cheek from the soldier snaps the dazed recruit back to reality before he catches a cold. Chibi Shin Yu reacts with alarm as the soldier orders him to go dry his hair after his long soak. While drying his hair, the recruit steals a sneaky glance at the bare-chested Yu Fengcheng showering in the background.
The soldier stands under the water spray, eyes closed in a moment of calm, displaying his athletic, muscular build.
Shin Yu gets defensive with a blush when Yu Fengcheng asks if he was just peeking at him from the vanity. Turning around, the soldier catches the recruit in a moment of silent, awkward tension as Shin Yu looks away. A symbolic illustration depicts the soldier in full uniform holding a tiny, furious Chibi Shin Yu by his tie. Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng listens to the blushing, exhausted recruit plead for some rest and no more messing around. Chibi Shin Yu makes a frantic, naked dash across the bed while the other soldier watches him with a calm smile. Drying his hair with a towel, Yu Fengcheng stands confidently, showing off his defined back and six-pack abs. Removing his shirt, Yu Fengcheng questions if the recruit is truly asleep, while Shin Yu hides under the covers. Chibi Yu Fengcheng pulls back the blanket, warning the recruit he'll suffocate as Shin Yu tightly shuts his eyes. Startled, the recruit looks up as Yu Fengcheng realizes he was only pretending to be asleep to avoid him. Yu Fengcheng pulls back the duvet and climbs into the shared bed as the shocked recruit watches him. Attempting to escape the bed, Shin Yu finds himself trapped as the soldier reaches out to pull him back. Holding the recruit close, Yu Fengcheng whispers a terrifying promise about what would happen if he really intended to act. Embracing the blushing boy from behind, the soldier suggests they simply sleep, resulting in a reluctant, whispered agreement. Lying together in the dark room, Shin Yu is startled by the soldier's proximity, wondering about his own physical reactions. Yu Fengcheng warns him not to move, while the restless recruit contemplates the difficulty of sleeping in such close quarters. Hovering over the recruit, Yu Fengcheng asks if Shin Yu's inability to sleep is because his mind is full of him. A vertical sequence shows the soldier questioning their relationship as he kisses the blushing, protesting recruit's cheek repeatedly. Startled by the soldier's proximity, Shin Yu sits up in bed while Yu Fengcheng watches him with a lazy gaze. Pinning the recruit to the bed, Yu Fengcheng asks why he's getting up as Shin Yu complains about being exhausted.
Leaning over the recruit, the soldier delivers a harsh ultimatum about his behavior as Shin Yu reacts with shock.
A symbolic butterfly obscures the moment Yu Fengcheng leans down to kiss the recruit, silencing his loud protests. Repeating his command, Yu Fengcheng questions why the recruit is trying to get up again while delivering another warning.
The soldier leans down again to silence the recruit's frantic complaints with another butterfly-masked kiss on the bed.
In a close-up panel, Yu Fengcheng's lips brush against the blushing recruit's face as the boy weakly whispers for him to stop. Looking up with wide, hesitant eyes, the recruit is questioned by Yu Fengcheng about what they should do next.
Blushing deeply, Shin Yu reflects on how irresistible the soldier's presence has become, despite his earlier resistance.
Exhaling a dazed breath, the recruit lies back on the bed with his eyes half closed, seemingly overwhelmed by emotion.
Hovering over the recruit and holding his face, Yu Fengcheng listens as the boy insists he just wants to sleep.
Smiling down, the soldier tells the recruit to dream on as a symbolic flower blooms over the intimate moment.
Startled, Shin Yu asks what the soldier is doing as Yu Fengcheng leans over him with a knowing, predatory grin. A hand reaches out to touch the recruit's waist, partially hidden by a large, blossoming pink flower in the foreground.
Yu Fengcheng mocks the recruit's attempt to run now, leaning in close with a smirk as Shin Yu protests.
Pinning the recruit's arms above his head, the soldier declares it's too late for any more protests or running away.
Chibi Shin Yu wails about his situation being denied, while the Chibi soldier watches him with a stoic, unimpressed face.
Crying about the unfairness of the situation, the recruit is pinned down and silenced by the soldier's firm grip. Looking up with teary, vulnerable eyes, the recruit is promised help by Yu Fengcheng, who leans in close. In a sequence of intense close-ups, Yu Fengcheng smiles as he prepares to make good on his promise.
Stunned by the soldier's words, the recruit stares up as Yu Fengcheng possessively declares he will make him sleep.
The soldier pins the recruit down during a brief struggle, whispering a chilling promise that he will like it.
Reflecting on his situation, a blushing Shin Yu lies in the soldier's embrace, wondering how he ended up here.
Yu Fengcheng questions why the recruit is dazed again, as a blushing Shin Yu dismisses the observation as nonsense.
Leaning down for an intimate kiss, the soldier tells the tired, wide-eyed recruit that it's time to sleep.
Yu Fengcheng embraces the recruit, warning him not to deny their intimate encounter when the morning arrives.
Leaning in close, the soldier demands that the blushing recruit finally define the true nature of their relationship.
Lying back, Shin Yu labels them as mutual support partners, while the soldier watches him with an intense gaze.
The soldier repeats his demand, pressuring the hesitant recruit to speak the truth about their current status.
Exasperated, Shin Yu insists they are just mutual partners, prompting a silent, sharp look from Yu Fengcheng's focused eye. Yu Fengcheng forbids the boy from avoiding him before they settle into a shared bed for the night.
A charming chibi illustration captures the recruit blushing while he strikes a playful pose during the quiet night.
The next morning, a dazed Shin Yu stares into the mirror, reflecting on how easily the soldier bested him. Yu Fengcheng stands at the door, questioning if the blushing recruit remembers the promises they made last night.
In the bathroom,
The air fills with romance as Yu Fengcheng leans down to deliver a soft kiss among blooming spring flowers.
A colorful butterfly masks the intimate moment as the soldier deeply kisses the startled and wide-eyed recruit.
Their squad leader's voice interrupts the morning as chibi versions of the men confirm they are finally awake.
Xiao Chen notices the recruit's flushed face while suggesting they visit the morning market before returning to base. At the busy market, a joyful Shin Yu tries on local attire, asking Huang Wang for his honest fashion opinion. After taking photos together,
the recruit urges the squad leader to step in and handle some local troublemakers. Dressed in ornate local clothing, Shin Yu wonders if they truly blend in with the town's residents now.
Removing his glasses, the squad leader orders the group to engage the thugs while promising not to overdo it.
Speeding away in a bus, the men celebrate the squad leader's impressive spinning kick during the earlier market brawl. Yu Fengcheng explains the necessity of their quick retreat, noting that interfering as soldiers could cause diplomatic trouble.
Worried about the consequences, Shin Yu hopes their identities remain hidden as the squad leader looks on solemnly.
Walking through the facility, the recruit worries about his family before being startled by a sudden, urgent revelation.
Shocked, Shin Yu learns that the squad leader's recommendation for promotion was revoked due to their recent market interference.
A heated argument erupts as the soldiers realize the heavy price the squad leader paid for protecting the locals. Sensing the tension, Yu Fengcheng approaches the recruit, who looks up with a mixture of confusion and worry. Reflecting on their impulsive market fight, the recruit decides to follow Xiao Chen as he seeks help from Huo Chao. Shin Yu questions if the squad leader's elite team spot is in jeopardy, prompting a defensive stare from the soldier.
Heartbroken, Shin Yu laments how his actions dragged down the class leader, costing him a guaranteed elite spot.
Realizing they were too impulsive, the recruit watches as Xiao Chen leaves to find his uncle, Huo Chao. The recruit questions if the class leader's elite squad spot is at risk, meeting the soldier's intense gaze. Yu Fengcheng sternly warns the recruit not to make baseless assumptions about his uncle's true character or motives. A sharp poke to the cheek silences the recruit's complaints as the soldier sternly orders him to watch his mouth. Stunned by the soldier's rare display of anger, Shin Yu realizes how deeply Yu Fengcheng admires his legendary uncle. While preparing vegetables in the kitchen, a somber recruit wonders how to rectify the class leader's unfair situation. Wang Wang notices his friend's distress, listening as Shin Yu explains the guilt he feels for the squad leader's punishment. Despite the setback, the recruit vows to find a way to restore the squad leader's stolen promotion opportunity. A playful chibi interaction shows Yu Fengcheng teasing the recruit, who seems to have a dog's tail and ears. Yu Fengcheng gently pets the recruit's head, explaining that his uncle is working on a difficult solution for them. Chibi Yu Fengcheng scolds the recruit for his kitchen mistakes, leading to a loud, comical argument about tiny stones. Ow! Flicking the recruit's forehead, the soldier tells him to wait patiently for his uncle's next update. Holding the recruit close, the soldier catches him off guard by questioning what he is thinking in that moment. Shin Yu asks what the soldier wants, leading Yu Fengcheng to mention a conversation about his mother and uncle. Yu Fengcheng reveals his uncle could secure home leave for both of them, causing the recruit's eyes to sparkle. Teasingly, the soldier questions if he ever promised to help, leaving the recruit to wonder about the hidden price. Leaning in with a knowing smirk, Yu Fengcheng challenges the recruit to guess what he really wants in exchange. Blushing furiously, Shin Yu shields himself, panicking at the thought that the soldier might demand something incredibly inappropriate. Pinching the recruit's cheek, Yu Fengcheng mocks his wild imagination, questioning if he thought he'd ask for something impossible. Frustrated and embarrassed, the recruit shouts that he isn't stupid enough to fall for the soldier's mind games. The soldier simply walks away with a confident smirk, telling the fuming recruit to suit himself regarding the offer. Left behind in a daze, a chibi Shin Yu stands frozen against a cosmic backdrop, completely overwhelmed by the encounter. Shin Yu clutches his head in a panic, questioning if he is really trading his virtue for leave. In chibi form, the recruit sprints away, convincing himself his confusion stems solely from worry for his leader. Stunned against a cosmic backdrop, Chibi Shin Yu freezes while wondering what ridiculous thoughts have taken hold of him. Transitioning from the freezing shooting range to the kitchen, Shin Yu rubs his numbed ears under the leader's gaze. Questioned by his kitchen mates about his frozen state, Shin Yu explains he was testing his skills in the wind. Bragging with a cheerful V sign, the recruit claims he scored 2 impressive 97-point rounds despite the biting cold.
While the cooks doubt him, Chibi Shin-yu credits squad leader Woo's training as the veteran smokes in silence.
Shin-yu asks Woo to recommend him for the firearms competition, but the leader warns him to know his limits.
The recruit insists he is prepared to fail, but Woo's intense, focused gaze silences his casual joking. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Chibi Shin-yu trembles as Woo orders the other cook to leave them alone. Squaring his shoulders, the scarred veteran prepares to have a serious heart-to-heart with the persistent recruit. Woo questions if Shin-yu is merely trying to avoid his family, then mentions his own mysterious back injury.
The squad leader reveals a haunting memory of watching his best teammate perish in a grenade explosion years ago.
A chaotic flashback shows Woo's reckless attempt to retrieve a fallen comrade, resulting in a career-ending back injury. Woo asks why he is sharing this trauma, leaving a stunned Shin-yu speechless as he absorbs the gravity. A silhouette illustrates how elite soldiers are forged through immense investment, emphasizing the weight of the profession. Standing before a backdrop of ammunition, Woo warns that seeking an elite spot just to slack off isn't worth it. Challenging the recruit's resolve, the veteran claims Shin-yu truly wants to make something of these 2 years. Looking down in shame, a tearful Shin-yu admits his uncertainty to the squad leader who sees through him. Woo acknowledges the recruit's natural talent, but notes a missing soul before offering a path back to the team. Walking away, the squad leader leaves a shocked Shin-yu with a harsh warning never to mention his teaching. Left alone in the kitchen, the recruit reflects on his motivations, questioning why he works so hard at shooting. Among blue leaves, the scene pauses as Shin-yu realizes he needs to think through his future and resolve. Time passes under a clear blue sky, marking the start of a new day and a shift in perspective.
On a high walkway, Shin-yu urgently asks Yu Fengcheng if there is any news from his legendary uncle.
Yu Fengcheng reveals a successful quota pull, but notes the squad leader has flat-out refused the help. Looking out at the sky, Yu Fengcheng explains that the leader refuses to take shortcuts or owe favors. Shin-yu rages at the perceived stupidity of the decision, but his friend explains it is a matter of principle. Despite the recruit's desire to intervene, Yu Fengcheng warns that he will only get yelled at if he goes. The gravity of the situation hits as Shin-yu learns the squad leader will soon exceed the age eligibility limit. Confused by the sacrifice of a life-changing opportunity for pride, Shin-yu listens as Yu Fengcheng counsels respect. A close-up of the recruit's eyes shows a mixture of heartbreak and growing understanding of the leader's unwavering character. Reflecting on recent events, Shin-yu realizes how much the army and his mentors are subtly changing his identity. Repeating his confusion about principles over opportunities, the recruit eventually agrees to respect the squad leader's difficult choice.
Back in the kitchen, squad leader Woo surprises the recruit by granting him 3 days off to practice shooting.
In a playful chibi moment, Woo shoos the ecstatic recruit away, telling him to go and not slack off. A loud bang echoes at the range as another leader approaches the recruit, curious about his solo practice session. The instructor questions Woo's teaching abilities, while Chibi Shin-yu confidently plots to outshine the entire regiment.
Lined up on the grass, the soldiers receive the command to fire as the recruit focuses on his target.
The leader of the 4th squad observes the recruit's performance with keen interest as the practice continues. Impressed by the results, the instructor pats the recruit's head while Chibi Shin-yu envisions himself as a marksman. A sharp bang rings out as Shin-yu lands a near-perfect shot, stunning the nearby officer with his precision. When asked if he learned this from Woo, the recruit proudly confirms his squad leader's legendary tutelage. Seizing the moment, the chibi instructor playfully drags the recruit away for a more private, serious conversation. Offering a small gesture of camaraderie, the officer surprises Shin-yu with an unexpected and friendly approach. The instructor gets straight to the point, asking if the recruit would be willing to join his specialized team.
Stunned, Shin Yu listens as the man promises to train him into an outstanding, elite sniper for the unit.
With blushing cheeks and wide eyes, the recruit repeats the offer in disbelief, his dream suddenly within reach. The officer highlights the benefits of real combat and better equipment, leaving Chibi Shin Yu completely starstruck.
As the instructor leaves to negotiate with Wu, the recruit watches on, realizing his life is about to change. Shin Yu reflects on his response to Chen Jing, deciding he needs a bit more time to think. A peaceful night drapes over the facility as a bright moon hangs high above the flowering trees. Standing outside the glowing windows of the barracks, Yu Fengcheng asks the recruit what is bothering him tonight. Shin Yu boasts about his high shooting score, while their chibi forms playfully debate if he is actually better. Grabbing the recruit's chin, the soldier listens as Shin Yu repeats his impressive score of 9.76 rings at the range. Skeptical of the sudden effort, Yu Fengcheng asks if the intense practice is just to join the elite squad. The soldier questions if the recruit is chasing danger because of his uncle, wondering what truly drives his ambition. Standing tall, Shin Yu explains he wants to enter the elite squad quickly since military school takes far too long. Realizing he doesn't want to part ways, Shin Yu reacts with a fiery chibi outburst when the soldier suggests the cooking squad. Pointing a finger, Yu Fengcheng dismissively claims that whoever encouraged the recruit's sniper dreams was simply playing a trick. The soldier sternly explains that the recruit's current personality and mindset do not meet the basic requirements of a sniper. Yu Fengcheng offers a potential transfer out of the kitchen if the recruit achieves something meaningful in the upcoming competition. Pinching the recruit's cheek, the soldier notes that a transfer would allow them to see each other every single day. Embarrassed and blushing, Shin Yu accuses the soldier of only wanting more quiet places to grope him whenever he likes. Fired up and determined, the recruit swears he will beat the soldier in the shooting contest to prove him wrong. Pointing a finger defiantly, Shin Yu demands a month of leave as his reward if he manages to win. With a confident smirk, Yu Fengcheng agrees to the deal, while an angry chibi recruit stomps away in a huff. Shin Yu rushes to Wu King, excitedly announcing his goal to take first place in the upcoming shooting competition. Thwack! The squad leader hits him with a roll of paper, mocking the recruit's ambition and his fear of pigs. Grabbing the recruit's shirt, Wu Qing sternly lectures him on the cold and often heartless reality of a soldier's duty. Though scolded, a tearful Shin Yu maintains his resolve, making it impossible for the squad leader to refuse his plea. Wu King admits a top 5 finish is possible, but the recruit insists he is only aiming for the top spot. Under the bright blue sky, the squad leader personally coaches Shin Yu on his shooting posture in the grass. Training continues in the kitchen as Wu Qing teaches the recruit to calculate wind speed and trajectory while they cook. A determined chibi Shin Yu studies his manuals diligently while feeding a small pink pig with a spoon. The competition finally begins, and the soldiers watch as Batuer shows off his incredible and surprising running speed. Eating an apple, Shin Yu hides his nerves by claiming he is too busy to watch the soldiers' high-stakes events. Despite his claims, the recruit listens intently as his friend lists the soldiers' dominant first-place finishes in multiple events. The friend explains the weight of Yu Fengcheng's family legacy, revealing the elite expectations placed upon the high-ranking grandson. Reflecting on the soldier's hard work and prestigious background, Shin Yu focuses his mind for the challenges of tomorrow. As a new day begins, a nervous recruit checks his rifle, worrying about the performance he needs to deliver. A sudden hand on his shoulder startles the focused recruit as he prepares for his turn at the range. Yu Fengcheng appears with a calm smile, teasingly noting just how nervous the recruit looks before the big contest. Defiant, Shin Yu dismisses the older brother talk while the soldier brags about his many recent titles and victories. The two engage in their usual bickering as Yu Fengcheng dismissively mentions he
only secured 8 first-place titles.
The announcement sounds for the competition to begin as Yu Fengcheng leans in close with a final lingering look.
Determined to earn respect and defeat his rival, Shin Yu takes his position and prepares for his first crucial shot. Entering a state of deep focus, the recruit visualizes himself at the center of a vast, rippling target in space. An incredible score of 99.6 rings is announced through a megaphone, leaving the recruit thrilled as only the soldier remains.
Bang! Yu Fengcheng fires his shot, but his score of 99.4 rings falls just short of the recruit's impressive lead.
Shin Yu celebrates his narrow victory, but the soldier remains unfazed, warning that the contest is far from over.
Spectators marvel at the cooking squad prodigy as Xin Yu prepares for the final, most difficult moving target event.
Yu Fengcheng admits he is truly surprised by the recruit's performance as they prepare for the ultimate final showdown.
After the soldier scores 97.1, Shin Yu realizes he needs a near-perfect 97.4 rings to secure the overall win.
Wu Qing offers a steadying hand and encouragement, while the recruit promises to win him a warm water back.
With the moving target in sight, Shin Yu aims one more time, determined to shock everyone with his skill.
Watching the recruit's intensity, Yu Fengcheng reflects on the many faces he has seen, including several more vulnerable moments. Images of a flushed, sweating Xin Yu in the shower flash through the soldier's mind as he watches the marksman.
Full of fighting spirit and confidence, the recruit takes a deep breath and fires his rifle with a loud bang. Scoring 97.5 rings, a jubilant Xin Yu leaps onto Yu Fengcheng, who smiles and warmly offers his congratulations on the win.
Yu Fengcheng catches the celebrating recruit in a warm embrace before leaning in to whisper a provocative challenge. Comrades surround Shin Yu with cheers and laughter, praising his incredible performance at the shooting range.
While the instructor discusses his potential, Shin Yu politely insists on staying with his brothers in the cooking squad.
Looking at the clear sky, the recruit wonders if his placement in the kitchen was part of a deeper plan.
Shin Yu declines a transfer offer again, expressing his loyalty to the squad that has become his military family.
Standing tall against the sun, the officer observes from a distance, while the recruit contemplates the leader's hidden intentions.
Chibi Shin Yu peeks into the barracks where a smug Yu Fengcheng waits, expecting the recruit to come bragging.
Leaning against the wall with a proud glow, the recruit insists the results of the competition speak for themselves.
Shin Yu reminds the soldier of their deal, a leave of absence to visit his brother and parents back home. With a sharp look and a firm grip, Yu Fengcheng agrees to the promise, pulling the recruit closer.
The soldier pulls the recruit onto his lap, making a crude joke that earns him a blushing accusation of perversion.
A close-up of the soldier's intense gaze reveals a predatory focus as he stares back at the flustered recruit.
Amidst blooming flowers, a soft sounds as they share a private, intimate moment to seal their recent bargain.
Back at work, an instructor with glasses interrupts the recruit's chores, announcing that the high-ranking leader wants a meeting.
A cheerful Chibi Shin Yu skips along behind the instructor, eager to hear what the commander has to say.
The recruit enters a formal room where several high-ranking officers are gathered around a table for a serious discussion.
The elder commander praises the recruit's handsome appearance and his surprising top scores as a member of the kitchen staff. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, the commander calls him a late bloomer and expresses great pride in him.
Shin Yu glows with genuine happiness, feeling the weight of his first honor earned through his own hard work.
The instructor confirms the approved leave, but suggests a transfer after the new year, asking for the recruit's thoughts. With an enthusiastic nod, the recruit thanks the instructor repeatedly, his heart racing with excitement for the upcoming break. The instructor notes the kitchen will be busy and reminds him that the sow he's been feeding is due soon.
Chibi Shin-yu happily agrees to help, while the adult instructor encourages him to keep surprising the entire unit.
A close-up of the recruit's face shows him blushing with a wide, joyful smile, finally feeling truly accepted.
The scene shifts to the bright blue sky and flowering branches, marking a peaceful transition in the recruit's journey.
In a playful moment, Chibi Shin-yu packs his bags while Chibi Yu Fengcheng watches his every move closely.
Running toward the soldier with open arms, the recruit excitedly announces that his half-month leave has been officially approved.
Yu Fengcheng explains the leave was split, mentioning a scolding from his uncle that altered their original travel plans.
They discuss the logistics of the trip, planning to take a military plane to the city for a faster journey. Realizing they will arrive on the same day, the recruit asks if the soldier is also heading home to Baicheng.
After the soldier confirms he has a ride, Jin-Yu realizes with a start that they might meet outside the base.
A hazy memory or daydream flashes of the two in a physical struggle, surrounded by the scent of purple flowers. Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng confirms their destinations are nearby, leaving the recruit looking flustered and visibly nervous. Their chibi forms bicker as the recruit warns the soldier not to bother him while he is with friends. Standing on the stairs, the recruit offers a sincere thanks while the soldier reminds him to be more polite. The two share a final look of mutual understanding as they prepare to leave the strict confines of the base. On New Year's Eve, the cafeteria erupts in celebration as soldiers enjoy dumplings and a festive karaoke performance. Watching the fireworks, the recruit reflects on how being away from home makes him cherish the idea of family more.
A brilliant display of fireworks lights up the night sky, casting a warm, hopeful glow over the recruit's face.
Hidden by the darkness, Yu Fengcheng reaches out to gently take the recruit's hand as they watch the celebration together. The two share a quiet, tender, Happy New Year wish, their bond deepening under the sparkling lights of the sky. An instructor's voice reminds the unit of their sacrifice, filling Shin-Yu with a newfound sense of military pride. Rushing to pack his things, the recruit promises to bring back whatever gifts his squadmate desires from the city.
The squadmate asks for expensive cigarettes, causing a chibi Jin-Yu to hesitate at the mention of the high cost. With a playful wink and a blown kiss, Chibi Shin-Yu promises to bring the gifts back for his friends.
Other comrades chime in with requests for food and books, wishing the recruit well on his journey home. A sudden bang echoes as a soldier bursts in, frantically shouting that the sow is finally giving birth. At the airfield, the recruit stares in awe at a massive helicopter, while Yu Fengcheng looks on with amusement.
With luggage in hand, Chibi Shin-Yu follows the soldier toward the transport, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement.
The recruit's jaw drops in chibi shock as he realizes the cool plane is actually a very simple military transport. In a helicopter high above the mountains, Chibi Jin-Yu feels terribly motion sick, finally understanding Yu Fengcheng's teasing words. Chibi Shin-Yu vomits a vibrant rainbow after landing, while Yu Fengcheng watches with a smug, arms-crossed stance. Back in their seats, Yu Fengcheng offers a glass of water to the pale, airsick Shin-Yu, playfully mocking his excitement. Shin-Yu sighs over his short leave, while Chibi Shin-Yu gulps down water, missing his mother already. Yu Fengcheng notes the recruit's dramatic farewell attitude, wondering why he acts like he's never coming back. Staring off, Jin-Yu realizes with a start that he has completely stopped complaining about wanting to go home. Shin-Yu explains that his sense of duty to his kitchen chores and the farm animals has unexpectedly grown.
Pat pat! Chibi Yu Fengcheng mockingly praises the recruit's newfound responsibility, earning an angry retort from the annoyed Shin-Yu.
Exhausted, Shin-Yu pulls the blanket over his head, declaring his intention to sleep through the rest of the flight. Yu Fengcheng pokes the recruit's back, insistently demanding he turn over, while Shin-Yu questions the sudden request.
Their eyes meet in a tense, close-up moment that leaves Shin-Yu blushing and his heart racing wildly.
Shin Yu points an accusatory finger, reminding the black-haired soldier of how much he used to bully him.
Yu Fengcheng ignores the complaints and pulls the recruit closer, simply telling him to get some sleep.
The soldier asks Jin Yu to sleep facing him, teasingly recalling how pathetic the recruit looked during training.
Despite the bickering, Yu Fengcheng pulls the blanket tight, insisting on sleeping right next to his flustered companion. A commercial plane soars over a massive glass-walled airport terminal as Jin Yu arrives home with a joyful smile. Gripping his blue suitcase, Shin Yu's eyes widen as he spots his parents waiting for him in the terminal.
Shin Yu pulls his mother into a tight hug as she marvels at how manly and spirited he has become. Dabbing her eyes with the tissue, the mother recognizes Yu Fengcheng from a photo, clearly impressed by his appearance.
Shin Yu introduces his teammate as General Yu's grandson, while Yu Fengcheng offers the parents a polite New Year greeting. After the mother thanks him, Yu Fengcheng declines a ride, noting his own driver is already waiting outside.
The mother waves goodbye, inviting the soldier to visit them in Beijing, leaving the recruit looking thoughtful and quiet.
Shin Yu runs after his friend to say goodbye, only to be teased about being unable to leave.
Left alone, the blushing recruit wonders why he felt such a strong, sudden urge to thank his rival.
As the soldier walks away, the mother can't help but comment on just how handsome Jin Yu's friend is. Jealous, Shin Yu hugs his mother tight, demanding her attention while his father suggests it's time to head home.
The scene shifts to the glittering city skyline at night and a table overflowing with delicious, home-cooked food.
Shin Yu digs in with pure delight, finally feeling the comfort of being home again with every bite.
His parents watch in shock as the formerly picky eater devours everything, fueled by the rigors of military life. Bursting with pride, chibi Shin Yu boasts about winning first place in marksmanship, shocking his delighted parents.
Setting down his chopsticks, Jin Yu suddenly grows serious and asks his mother for news about his older brother.
The mother sadly explains that the brother was tricked, lost his company, and has gone into hiding lately.
Infuriated, Shin Yu slams his hands on the table, swearing to find and confront the man who ruined him.
While the father tries to calm him, the mother expresses her deep worry for the brother's well-being. Determined to help his family, Shin Yu stands tall and declares that he will be the one to go.
In the dead of night, Jin Yu arrives at a creepy apartment building and finds the door unlocked. A dark room reveals a figure huddled under blankets, growling a deadly threat at whoever dared to enter.
Shin Yu turns on the lights, startling the disheveled, black-haired man who was hiding beneath the covers.
The hidden figure remains tense under the blanket, warning the intruder to take what they want and leave. Shin Yu calls out to his brother as the lights reveal the man's exhausted and startled face.
The brother stares up in shock, barely recognizing the short-haired young man standing in his messy room.
Shin Yu touches his head, laughing as he explains how the harsh mountain weather forced him to change. Stunned, the brother listens as Shin Yu mentions that even their parents struggled to recognize him at the airport. Shin Yu explains he came in his mother's place, offering his brother a chance to vent his anger.
Looking down, the recruit hesitates to ask about the business failure, as the brother asks when he arrived.
Apologetic, chibi Shin Yu clings to his brother's arm, begging for forgiveness for his past immaturity and behavior. The brother offers a faint, tired smile, deciding it's not worth hitting him before asking for a cigarette. Chibi Shin Yu's jaw drops in shock at the unexpected request, his eyes wide with confusion. Standing up, the handsome but weary brother adjusts his robe, his expression unreadable and distant.
The two brothers sit together under the stars, and Shin Yu begins recounting the many hardships of military life.
Jan Suiying questions his brother's lack of toughness and mentions his connection to Yu Fengcheng's family. Shin Yu rejects calling the uncle, boasting about his military achievements and top marksmanship status instead. After Jian Suiying dismisses his help, Xin Yu passionately swears to personally handle the rivals who ruined him.
Trying to cheer his brother up, the recruit enthusiastically suggests they visit a seaside bar tonight. In a cute chibi moment, puppy-eared Xin Yu begs his cat-eared brother to go for a walk.
The two brothers leave the modern building together, their tall figures casting long shadows on the sidewalk.
A bright snap sounds as a camera flash startles the brother, leading to a playful accusation from the recruit.
A dark-haired man named Li Yu suddenly appears, taunting Jian Suiying for never being alone for long.
Xin Yu is shocked to realize the newcomer is the lover who betrayed his brother so ruthlessly. Infuriated by the man's presence, the recruit lunges forward and roughly grabs the intruder's jacket.
Jian Suiying calmly tells his brother to head back as the confrontation with Li Yu begins to escalate.
Li Yu stops in shock, finally recognizing the recruit as Bai Xin Yu, the brother he previously underestimated.
Blocking the path, Li Yu desperately apologizes, claiming the entire situation was a terrible misunderstanding on his part. Jian Suiying coldly rejects the plea, walking past as the persistent Li Yu tries to grab his arm.
Xin Yu steps in, fiercely criticizing Li Yu for his nerve in showing up after hurting his brother.
Li Yu pushes past him in a desperate attempt to follow Jian Suiying, leaving the recruit looking stunned.
Using his military training, Xin Yu executes a flawless shoulder throw, slamming the intruder hard onto the pavement.
Recovering quickly, the bruised Li Yu grabs the recruit's collar, warning him to stay out of his business.
While Jian Suiying walks away, Xin Yu remains steadfast, blocking the persistent man with an angry shout.
Back home, Jian Suiying invites his brother to visit their grandfather in Qinhuangdao, catching the recruit off guard.
While his brother offers an out, the recruit silently worries about running into Yu Fengcheng during the trip. Driving to the estate, the brothers recall childhood memories and the connection between their families and Huo Chao.
Jian Suiying asks if the boy who bullied his brother in the past has returned from the base.
The recruit nervously brushes off the question, claiming he and Yu Fengcheng are on good terms now.
Looking out the window, Jian Suiying remains quiet, his face reflecting a deep, unsaid sense of contemplation.
Gripping the steering wheel, the recruit debates whether he should actually call his rival while they are nearby.
The dark-haired brother repeats his question, his gaze lingering on the recruit as he wonders about his safety.
Jian Suiying reflects on the passing years while the recruit remains lost in thought about calling Yu Fengcheng.
The scene shifts to the lush, sun-drenched gardens of the grandfather's grand estate as morning arrives.
Sticking to his military routine, the recruit goes for a vigorous morning run across a stone bridge.
Approaching a wooden structure, he stops as a series of loud oinks echo from a nearby pig pen.
A servant greets the young master, expressing her disdain for the smelly pigs that have recently given birth. Drawing on his farm experience, the recruit offers expert advice on feeding the sows saline to aid recovery.
The woman watches in utter confusion as the recruit rushes toward the pen to help the farm animals.
Running back to the house, his pocket vibrates as a sudden buzz, signaling an incoming unknown call.
Answering the unknown number, he is stunned to hear a deep voice playfully identifying himself as his man.
On the other end, a smiling Yu Fengcheng asks him to meet up while they are both in Qinhuangdao.
The recruit's face flushes as he listens to the soldier's voice, his heart racing with a mixture of emotions.
After agreeing to meet later, Chibi Jinyu warns the soldier not to get into trouble while on leave. Joining his family for breakfast, the recruit warmly greets his energetic grandfather, while his brother looks on silently. Grandfather hands him a red New Year's envelope, causing the recruit's eyes to sparkle with pure, childlike joy. Observing Jian Suiying's listless expression, the grandfather grows concerned about the older brother's somber, uninspired mood lately.
Reaching out, the grandfather encourages the recruit to take his brother out for some much-needed entertainment tonight.
Chibi versions of the brothers look confused as their grandfather insists they go find some fun together.
Night falls over the city, and the moon rises above a bustling shopping district filled with bright lights.
At a vibrant bar, a flirtatious woman approaches the recruit, while Jian Sui-ying drinks quietly in the background.
The recruit looks visibly flustered as the woman clings to his arm, his military stoicism being put to the test.
Jian Sui-ying offers a small smile, telling his brother to enjoy himself and not worry about his company. Looking increasingly uncomfortable, the recruit tries to maintain his composure while the woman remains draped over him. Finally reaching his limit, the recruit pushes her away and announces he is stepping outside for a smoke. Alone outside the bar, Shin Yu smokes while reflecting on his strange lack of interest in women lately. A woman in a pink coat approaches, playfully offering to keep the brooding recruit company for the evening.
While the recruit tells her to stay warm inside, she suggests going somewhere cozy as he mentions his brother.
Disappointed, she asks for his number, and the recruit reluctantly pulls out his phone to give it to her. As he begins typing, the recruit suddenly senses someone nearby and turns to see a familiar face approaching. Stunned, the brown-haired recruit stares at Yu Fengcheng, demanding to know what his rival is doing there.
Still holding her phone, the woman in the pink coat patiently waits for the recruit to finish entering his number.
Startled by a presence behind him, the recruit turns his head away from his phone to investigate the newcomer.
The dark-haired soldier Yu Fengcheng stands tall in a brown jacket, his expression firm as he eyes his rival. Gripping his phone tightly, the recruit stutters in shock as Yu Fengcheng towers over him in the chilly night. Swallowing hard, the recruit nervously admits he arrived 2 days ago, fearing Yu Fengcheng will see through his lies. Infuriated, Yu Fengcheng confronts him for lying, while the recruit defensively snaps that his social life is private business.
Yu Fengcheng questions why he is at a services bar, leading the recruit to reveal he was helping his brother.
The soldier grabs him as a series of thuds sounding, pinning the recruit roughly while demanding to know his intentions.
In a moment of physical dominance, Yu Fengcheng maintains a heavy, forceful grip on the recruit's jacket and neck. Pinning him down, Yu Fengcheng expresses his disgust while the recruit angrily argues that his preferences are his own.
Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng whispers a possessive demand for a reward before he allows the recruit to leave.
Suddenly, the woman in pink rushes back, frantically shouting that the recruit's brother has gotten into a serious fight. Alerted by the news, the recruit looks back in panic while Yu Fengcheng continues to loom over him.
Breaking away with a quick rip sounding, the recruit rushes toward the bar, determined to protect his brother.
A sudden crash sounds as a bottle is thrown, and the recruit arrives to find Jian Sui-ying surrounded by thugs. Jian Sui-ying stands defiant with a broken bottle, his eyes cold as he prepares to face the aggressive group.
Exhaling a puff of smoke, the calm but dangerous older brother prepares to defend himself against the rowdy men.
Rushing to his side, the recruit asks what happened as Jian Sui-ying points out the man who insulted him. The group attacks as a heavy thud sounds, forcing the recruit to leap into action and defend his family. After knocking an attacker down, Yu Fengcheng stands over him, casually asking if a fight is truly necessary.
Looking ready to end the brawl, the soldier raises a heavy red stool base to strike another approaching thug.
In a whirlwind of movement, and his brother engage the group, holding their own in the chaos.
The trio fights back-to-back in the crowded bar district, fending off multiple attackers as the night turns violent. Yu Fengcheng grabs the recruit's arm with a firm grip sounds, insisting they flee before the police arrive.
Leaving the scene behind, the group speeds away in a white SUV as the streetlights blur past them. Safe inside the car, the recruit frantically checks on Jian Sui-ying,
who assures him that he is perfectly fine. Jian Suiying looks over his shoulder, finally recognizing Yu Fengcheng as the nephew of his acquaintance, Huo Chao. Exhausted, Jian Suiying decides they will head to a hotel instead of their grandfather's house for the night. Focused on the road, Yu Fengcheng drives in silence, his sharp features illuminated by the passing city lights. After arriving at the hotel, Jian Suiying walks inside while Yu Fengcheng watches the recruit from the car. Stopping before he enters, the recruit turns back to sincerely thank Yu Fengcheng for his help during the fight. Blushing, the recruit tries to dismiss their earlier tension, hoping to move past the awkwardness of the bar encounter. Yu Fengcheng pulls him close, leaning into his ear and stating that he hasn't forgotten the earlier confrontation yet. The soldier asks for his thanks as the recruit suggests they simply forget everything that happened at the bar. Taking hold of the recruit's chin, Yu Fengcheng stares intensely into his eyes, refusing to let him off so easily. With a soft snap sounds, Yu Fengcheng tells him to go back inside, leaving a chibi Xin Yu looking irritated. Noticing something wrong, the recruit reaches out with a firm grab sounds to stop Yu Fengcheng from walking away. Pulling back the sleeve with a sharp rip sounds, the recruit is horrified to find a bloody wound on Yu Fengcheng's arm. The recruit looks at his rival with deep concern, realizing that Yu Fengcheng got hurt while protecting them. In a cute chibi moment, the recruit gives a quick tug, sounding as he demands Yu Fengcheng remove his shirt. Worried about an infection, the recruit insists on a hospital visit, but the soldier refuses to cause a scene. Yu Fengcheng points out that he already has a room and a medical kit, asking if the recruit is sure. The soldier downplays the injury while a skeptical chibi recruit continues to fret over the possible scarring and pain. Inside the room, Yu Fengcheng asks for help with his shirt as a soft rip sounds, teasing the recruit. With a soft snap sounds, Yu Fengcheng removes his shirt while the brown-haired recruit looks down in thoughtful silence. Yu Fengcheng pulls the recruit close with a firm grip sounds, his hand resting possessively against the boy's waist. Questioning a mark on his lip, Yu Fengcheng asks if more happened than a kiss while the recruit looks away. The recruit insists the wound needs stitches, but the dark-haired soldier stubbornly refuses to visit a hospital tonight. As the recruit prepares a bandage, a chibi version of Yu Fengcheng irritably tells him to simply get lost. Demanding to know why he is acting out, the recruit ignores the soldier's order to leave the hotel room. While bandaging the wound, the recruit wonders aloud if he rejected the woman earlier because of his rival's presence. Leaning in with an intense gaze, Yu Fengcheng asks directly if the rejection was truly motivated by his arrival. Flustered, the recruit claims he only turned her away because his brother was in a somber, uninspired mood lately. Staring into the recruit's blushing face, Yu Fengcheng demands comfort to soothe his lingering anger over their earlier confrontation. A physical struggle ensues as they tumble together, leaving the chibi recruit looking increasingly overwhelmed by the soldier's intensity. With a sharp hiss sounds, Yu Fengcheng recoils in pain as the recruit accidentally strikes his newly bandaged arm. Panic flashes across the recruit's face as he immediately reaches out to check if his rival is actually okay. Yu Fengcheng ignores the stinging pain, repeatedly demanding comfort, while the recruit wonders how he is supposed to help. A moment later, the recruit offers a warm, genuine smile, while asking the soldier if he is finally happy. Rubbing his sore lips, the recruit listens as a chibi Yu Fengcheng demands he come closer for more attention. Yu Fengcheng pulls the recruit into his lap, insisting on a kiss to check for any lingering signs of lipstick. Looking down, the recruit silently admits to himself that he has actually been missing Yu Fengcheng these past days. Surrounded by soft floral patterns, the two share an intimate kiss as the tension of the night finally breaks. With a sharp rustle sounds, Yu Fengcheng grips the recruit's waist and pulls up his shirt, deepening their physical connection. Yu Fengcheng pins the recruit to the bed, while a playful chibi version of the recruit winks in the corner.
While the soldier maintains his dominant position, a lower panel shows a uniformed Yu Fengcheng holding a tiny chibi recruit. Gripping his rival's waist tightly, the soldier tells the protesting recruit that it is far too late to stop now. Leaning over him, Yu Fengcheng asks a suggestive question about whether the recruit was lonely during their month apart. Morning light fills the room as the recruit waits. Stepping out of the bathroom with a towel, the muscular Yu Fengcheng looks refreshed after a shower while drying himself.
With a calm smirk, the soldier asks if he is awake while the recruit remains tucked under the covers.
The recruit defensively blames his behavior on the alcohol, but Yu Fengcheng mocks his attempt to deny their shared night.
Leaning in close, Yu Fengcheng reminds him of his passionate behavior, calling the blushing recruit a total pervert for it. Staring intensely into his eyes, Yu Fengcheng tells Bai Xinyu that he should have expected this outcome eventually anyway. With a soft rustle sounds, the recruit buries his head in the blanket to hide his overwhelming embarrassment and shame. A firm grab sounds as the recruit tries to push him away, desperately telling the soldier to let him go. Yu Fengcheng pulls him into a tender embrace, whispering a petulant request to hold him while the recruit blushes. The two lie together in the quiet room, the morning tension replaced by a momentary sense of calm and intimacy. In a cute chibi moment, the recruit demands they get up while Yu Fengcheng teases him about the night before.
Reaching out with a soft pat sounds, Yu Fengcheng waves goodbye as the recruit sits on the bed, looking annoyed.
After his shower, the recruit confronts Yu Fengcheng about his lack of warning while asking about his brother's welfare. As they reach for the towel with a soft rustle sounds, the recruit insists on finding his brother immediately. Yu Fengcheng leans in, teasing the recruit for being so thin-skinned after knowing each other for such a long time.
Annoyed, the recruit snaps back while Yu Fengcheng continues to dry his hair, playfully ignoring the younger man's irritation.
A sharp beep sounding echoes through the hallway as the recruit opens the door to check on his older brother. Finding Jian Suiying sleeping soundly, the recruit reflects on how Yu Fengcheng likely stayed to help clean up earlier.
The recruit watches his brother rest, hoping that the violent fight from the previous night helped him vent his frustrations.
Jian Suiying wakes up, groggily asking if they fought while the recruit offers him water and mentions their comrade's help.
After calling him a promising little brat, Jian Suiying listens as the recruit offers to fight anyone who provokes him. Resting in bed, the older brother asks if a friend visited while Chibi Xinyu offers him a drink of water.
Jian Suiying stares thoughtfully into the distance, his eyes reflecting a quiet sense of relief after the night's chaotic events.
Standing in the hallway, the recruit asks Yu Fengcheng why he hasn't left yet as the group prepares for breakfast.
Jian Suiying looks listless as he declines food, asking the soldier if he remembers the manor they visited as children.
With a confident smile, Yu Fengcheng agrees to go, noting that it will definitely bring back some fond childhood memories.
Yu Fengcheng pulls the younger man away as Bai Xinyu reacts with irritation to his brother's embarrassing comments.
In the SUV, Jian Suiying casually asks about the soldier's uncle, curious if he returned for the new year.
While leaning back, the gray-haired man admits to having a crush on Yu Fengcheng's uncle during his youth. As the car winds through the countryside, chibi versions of the rivals react with shock to the revelation.
Yu Fengcheng drives while questioning why his companion remains angry, recalling their transformation from rivals into comrades.
Arriving at the Grand Manor, the group finds an older man in glasses quietly reading the morning newspaper.
Jian Suiying introduces the soldier to his grandfather, who remarks on how much the boy has grown since childhood.
Yu Fengcheng politely notes he finally has the chance to visit, while the brown-haired recruit watches him skeptically.
Claiming he will take him now, the recruit salutes as he prepares to lead his rival away.
Looking at a bean trellis, Yu Fengcheng reminisces about the past while the recruit urges him to go inside. The soldier expresses interest in staying longer,
sparking a heated reaction from the recruit, who tells him not to push.
Leaning in close, the soldier asks if memories of the previous night caused the recruit's flustered, stuttering behavior.
Yu Fengcheng pulls him close, teasingly promising to spend the next 2 days describing how he used to bully him.
The two men walk side by side through the manor grounds, their footsteps falling in a steady rhythm.
Recalling a childhood memory, the soldier reminds the recruit of their first kiss and asks for forgiveness for last night.
The recruit stares back in stunned silence, his face flushing bright red as the soldier's words sink in.
In a cute chibi moment, Yu Fengcheng teases the pig-eared recruit by comparing his eyes to livestock. Throwing a tantrum, the recruit runs off, shouting threats about naming a pig after his rival and taking revenge.
A crying chibi recruit laments his frustration, feeling that the soldier has finally managed to get his revenge.
Replaying the playful tease, the chibi soldier again mocks the recruit's eyes as they stand near the manor.
Sobbing in a chibi state, the recruit continues to fret over the soldier's behavior and his own perceived misfortune.
The moon shines brightly over the quiet forest surrounding the manor as night falls over the group once again.
Reaching the bedroom, the recruit yawns as he notes how much his body aches after a day of pretending.
With a soft plop sounding, the exhausted young man collapses onto the bed and falls into a deep sleep immediately.
Under the full moon, the sleeping recruit stirs slightly, noting that his nose has suddenly become very itchy.
Awakening with a start, the recruit is shocked to find Yu Fengcheng lying in bed right next to him.
A struggle ensues as the recruit demands an explanation, only for the soldier to claim the nanny sent him.
Pinning him down, the soldier threatens to scream for help, knowing the recruit's brother is in the next room.
Silencing his protests, Yu Fengcheng leans down and shares a soft kiss with the wide-eyed, blushing recruit.
The soldier holds him close, reminding him of their shared past and insisting they simply sleep together tonight.
Looking into his eyes, the soldier whispers how warm he feels while cradling the recruit's face tenderly.
A warm current flows into the recruit's heart as he lies in the soldier's arms, feeling unexpectedly comforted. Checking on his rival's injury, the recruit listens as Yu Fengcheng dismisses the pain with a confident remark. Leaning in with a smirk, the soldier playfully assures him there are still ways to make the night enjoyable.
Embracing him tightly, Yu Fengcheng whispers that being together is far more comfortable than anything else he has experienced.
The two bicker playfully about their brother's example until a chibi recruit finally demands they go to sleep.
With a soft exhale sounding, the soldier kisses his companion's forehead as they settle into an intimate embrace.
The next morning, chibi versions of the pair enjoy an early jog together through the manor's scenic gardens.
Jogging past a serene lake, Yu Fengcheng asks if the recruit remembers the significance of this particular location.
The recruit recalls childhood memories of rowing and fishing, but the soldier prompts him for more specific details.
Realization dawns on the recruit as he wonders if this was the spot where their first kiss occurred. Recalling a wedding game on a boat, the soldier describes a childhood kiss while a cute flashback appears. Staring with an intense glare, a chibi recruit promises to take his revenge on the smug soldier eventually.
Running off, the recruit tells his rival to stop following him, while Yu Fengcheng mocks his quick recovery.
The memory of the childhood boat kiss lingers, showing the young boys sharing an innocent moment on the water.
Continuing their heated exchange, the chibi recruit insists on holding a grudge against the soldier for the past.
Speeding away across the grass, the recruit ignores the soldier's teasing remarks about his physical stamina and recovery.
For the next week at the manor, the two maintain their roles as comrades during the bright daylight hours.
However, each night finds the soldier secretly sneaking into his teammate's bed to hold him while he sleeps. As the week ends, Jian Suiying prepares to depart with the recruits as they say their final goodbyes.
Night falls on the grand mansion as the exhausted brown-haired man
collapses onto his bed with a thud. A sharp ring sounds as the recruit checks his phone to find a message from Yu Fengcheng asking if he is home.
Springs up sounding, a chibi version of the recruit reacts with pure outrage to a salacious photo sent by his rival.
Yu Fengcheng smirks while threatening to send more embarrassing photos if his calls and messages continue to be ignored. Sprawled on the bed, the recruit huffs as the soldier warns him to behave himself during the final week of vacation. A shiver sounding runs through the recruit as the soldier warns of the consequences waiting for him back at the base. Deciding to avoid his mocking friends, the chibi recruit plans to ask Zhao Xing out for a meal instead. A sudden click sounds as a stylish man wearing a beige vest and beanie recognizes the recruit in shock. Over a meal, Zhao Xing praises the recruit's incredible transformation, while Bai Xinyu reflects on his newfound sense of purpose.
The two childhood friends agree to take their lives seriously, toasting to their shared commitment to work hard from now on.
A celebratory clink sounds as the pair raises their glasses, promising to surprise each other with their future successes.
A pouting sound escapes Zhao Xing as he drags a reluctant Bai Xinyu toward a welcome feast to celebrate his return. A loud ring sounds as Yu Fengcheng calls, but the recruit ignores him while dancing at a vibrant, crowded club. A hit sound echoes as the scene shifts to the recruit dancing energetically with a woman under flashing club lights.
Feeling lightheaded from the alcohol, the blushing recruit decides to head back while his friend urges him to keep drinking.
A ping sound echoes as a blonde woman offers to take the heavily intoxicated recruit back to his room. Sunlight hits a tall skyscraper as the scene shifts to the morning after the night of heavy drinking and partying. Awakening with a groggy sigh, the shirtless recruit laments his choices while vowing never to drink with his friends again.
A head spin sound accompanies the recruit's sudden shock as he realizes he is not alone in the hotel bed.
Confusion washes over the recruit as he stares at a sleeping woman, unable to remember any details from the previous night. A thud sounding signals the recruit's despair as he imagines Yu Fengcheng's reaction to his current, highly compromising situation. The woman wakes up groggily, asking about the time as the recruit urgently insists they both get out of bed immediately. Getting dressed, the recruit deflects the woman's advances, suspecting she is looking for some kind of compensation or gift. Winking playfully, the blonde woman mentions a luxury store downstairs as she enjoys a cigarette in the morning light. The recruit tells his companion to pick something out while he steps aside to handle an urgent incoming phone call. A soft dialing sounds as the recruit answers a call from Yu Fengcheng, lying about drinking and sleeping until now.
The rivals bicker over the phone, with the recruit enjoying the thought of annoying his overly nosy and controlling comrade.
An exclamation sounds as the woman asks for his opinion on a bag, nearly blowing the recruit's secret phone conversation.
In a panic, the recruit tells his companion to browse ahead while he hurriedly deals with the suspicious soldier's call. The rivals continue their heated exchange, with the recruit feeling a mischievous sense of satisfaction from the soldier's obvious jealousy. Sweat beads on the recruit as he lies about buying a gift for his mother to hide the woman's presence. A quick cut sounding marks the end of the call, as the woman innocently asks if he was talking to his wife. In a cute chibi moment, the recruit pays for 2 luxury bags, hoping the gifts will satisfy both the woman and his family.
Presenting a bag to his mother, the recruit feels a deep sense of satisfaction from being finally acknowledged by his family.
The scene shifts to the airport, where Yu Fengcheng teases the recruit for not crying during their departure this time. A firm push sounding follows the soldier's laughter as a flashback shows the recruit throwing a tantrum at the train station.
The chibi recruit huffs as he insists he has grown up, despite the soldier's persistent mocking of his past childish behavior.
A heavy sigh sounding escapes the recruit as the soldier notes they have no choice but to return to their duties.
A sharp cut sounding marks the recruit's annoyance as he asks the soldier if he feels any reluctance to leave home. Staring seriously, the soldier admits his reluctance, but emphasizes that his path to the elite unit is his top priority.
A sudden realization strikes the recruit as he wonders if success in the elite unit means they will stop seeing each other.
Silence hangs between them for several seconds, leaving the recruit feeling an unexpected and extreme sense of tension and unease. With a determined gaze, Yu Fangcheng vows to be the one who stays and survives the brutal upcoming elimination rounds. Despite the obvious answer, the recruit's heart feels heavy as he reflects on their uncertain and competitive future together.
Night falls as the group returns, with a chibi comrade enthusiastically welcoming the recruit back with plenty of snacks.
The rivals share a final, lingering look as the recruit is ushered inside by his excited and hungry fellow soldiers. Surrounded by his fellow soldiers, the recruit happily distributes the cigarettes and support gear he brought back from his vacation. Sitting among the lockers, the recruit smiles as he is informed that squad leader Chen Jing is looking for him. The recruit is stunned by the speed of his transfer paperwork as he receives the official notice to move immediately. Squad leader Chen Jing offers a reassuring smile, noting that the recruit will eventually adopt to his new elite assignment.
Bai Xinyu presents a small gift to squad leader Chen Jing, who reacts with a startled exclamation.
Adjusting his glasses, Chen Jing explains he cannot accept expensive gifts that might lead to trouble or misunderstandings.
Chibi Xinyu insists the pen is inexpensive, though he secretly reflects on never having bought such a cheap gift.
Accepting the modest token, Chen Jing thanks the recruit while warning him not to make a habit of it.
The squad leader holds the gift box as Xinyu continues to insist on his sincere intentions for the gesture.
A snap sounding occurs as Xinyu takes a mocking photo of sleeping pigs, jokingly comparing them to his rival.
Feeding the livestock, a chibi Xinyu vents his frustrations by yelling at a pig he named after Yu Fengchen. A whip sounding accompanies Xinyu's chase as he accuses the stud pig of being selfish and greedy with food. Fleeing after the pig sneezes on him, Xinyu vows to eventually teach the real Fengcheng a hard lesson. Brother Wang Wang interrupts the antics, telling Xinyu to report to the squad where Chen Jing is waiting for him. A clap sounding echoes as Xinyu returns to the base, greeted warmly by his teammates and a smirking Fangcheng. Reporting to Chen Jing, Xinyu learns his bunk assignment remains unchanged as he settles back into the barracks. Sitting on his bed, the recruit begins the quiet, methodical task of tidying his gear in the quiet room. Approaching his teammate, Yu Fengcheng asks if he remembers his rocky start when he first joined the squad. A soft sounding escapes Xinyu as he reflects on his growth, while Fengcheng observes his significant personal changes. High in the snowy peaks, the soldiers trek through a blizzard while reflecting on their true inner feelings and motivations. Huffing from exertion, Xinyu listens to the instructor announce a grueling 2-day field training exercise in the freezing mountains. Ting sounding as chibi soldiers work together to pitch their tents in the middle of the snowy, high-altitude landscape.
Over a meal, the recruits discuss the difficulty of training, with Fengcheng noting that no elite path is easy.
Xinyu questions Fengcheng's obsession with the elite unit, wondering if his motivation is purely based on family legacy.
Fengcheng senses Xinyu's unspoken thoughts, but the brown-haired recruit quickly dismisses the tension as being about nothing.
A wipe-away sounding occurs as Fengcheng touches Xinyu's face, telling him he lacks the conviction for elite service. Staring blankly, Xinyu wonders what Fengcheng's true conviction is, and if it involves more than just his uncle. Shoveling rice guiltily, Xinyu denies being upset about their potential separation once the elite unit selection process begins.
Xinyu thinks about escaping Fengcheng's jinxed influence, despite his heart feeling heavy at the thought of their separation.
The instructor points toward a distant red flag, announcing a race to determine the next month's advanced squad owners. Panting sounds fill the air as the soldiers struggle up the mountain,
with Feng Cheng pulling far ahead of everyone. The instructor watches the struggling recruits, noting that their performance is still far from meeting his elite training expectations. Looking determined despite his obvious exhaustion, Shin Yu pushes forward as the instructor emphasizes his extremely high standards.
A crawl-over sounding marks a chibi moment as the leader sternly directs the exhausted recruit during the climb. Delivering a harsh ultimatum, the leader warns Shin Yu that failure means a permanent return to the dreaded cooking squad.
Panting heavily, Shin Yu continues his climb while the instructor remains unimpressed by the group's current overall pace.
The recruit remains focused on his goal, well aware that only a few can satisfy the leader's elite demands. A sudden exclamation sounding accompanies the leader's intervention as he continues to push Shin Yu toward the snowy summit.
Standing straight, Shin Yu confirms his understanding of the high stakes, vowing never to return to his old position.
Chibi Shin Yu strives forward as his teammates worry the squad leader is being too harsh on the struggling recruit. Defending his methods, the leader reminds his squad that he is a commander, not a nurse for his teammates.
Aha sounding escapes Feng Cheng as he reaches the peak first, triumphantly lifting the red flag for his squad.
Yu Feng Cheng is hailed as the light of the squad, celebrating their victory with his cheering and excited comrades.
Feeling a twinge of envy, Shin Yu wonders if Feng Cheng would ever look at him with such intense, dazzling focus. A realization dawns on Shin Yu as he catches Feng Cheng's gaze, blushing as he realizes he always follows him.
Collapsing in exhaustion after the descent, Chibi Shin Yu and his friend lie in the snow, feeling completely spent.
Reflecting on his journey, Shin Yu credits his improved stamina to the constant hard work he did while cooking. A teammate encourages Shin Yu, though the recruit remains skeptical about ever surpassing Feng Cheng's natural superior talents.
Explaining the nature of success, the friend points out Shin Yu's superior shooting skills as proof of his potential.
Sounding as the chibi friend pats Shin Yu's head, praising his ability to talk his way through any situation.
Laughing sounds echo as Feng Cheng watches Shin Yu from a distance, clearly amused by the recruit's spirited and stubborn nature. Staring thoughtfully, Yu Feng Cheng reflects on how much the little hooligan has grown and matured during their shared time.
Feng Cheng admits to himself that Shin Yu has become far more important than just a way to cure his boredom. As the team prepares for dinner, a loudspeaker blares an emergency assembly order for immediate individual shelter building. Chibi soldiers struggle against hunger and the biting cold while clearing deep snow with heavy shovels.
Exhausted, Shin Yu collapses into the snow to devour his meal, finally granted a momentary reprieve from the grueling training.
As night falls, the weary recruit pulls back the tent flap, longing for the simple comfort of sleep. A huffing sound escapes Shin Yu as he lies down, only to startle when his rival settles right beside him. The rivals bicker over their cramped sleeping quarters, prompting a comrade to compare their bond to feuding siblings.
A shiver sounding passes through Shin Yu as he realizes his blanket is thin and icy, prompting a friend's suggestion.
Smirking with clear amusement, Yu Feng Cheng observes his teammate and declares that their proximity is simply fated.
Shivering in the dark, Shin Yu laments the cold before his friends suggest they all share blankets for warmth.
With a knowing look, the dark-haired soldier leans back, seemingly satisfied with how the sleeping arrangements turned out. Yu Feng Cheng stands tall in a formal black uniform, playfully dangling a tiny, shouting chibi Shin Yu by his necktie.
A frantic "no" sounds under the blanket as a heavy thump follows, leaving the pair in a breathless, intimate tangle.
Gazing at his sleeping teammates, Shin Yu feels his heart pound with a strange, overwhelming intensity he cannot explain. Despite the danger and his own fear, the brown-haired recruit finds he cannot resist the urge to keep moving forward. Sunlight filters through delicate white branches against a clear blue sky, marking the start of another grueling day. In order to assemble
echoes across the snowy peaks as the instructor announces a race to the mountain summit. A rush sounding marks the start of the exercise as the chibi recruits scramble out of their tents and sprint. Panting from the exertion, Shin Yu pushes his limits to stay close to the soldier leading the pack.
Yu Fengcheng glances back with a smirk, teasing the recruit about his desperate attempt to keep pace.
Challenging his rival to follow if he can, the elite soldier picks up speed and pulls ahead effortlessly. Shin Yu grits his teeth in annoyance, feeling mocked by the dark-haired man's effortless superiority and smug attitude. With a determined cry, the chibi recruit pours every ounce of energy into chasing his rival across the frozen wasteland.
Arriving back at camp in 5th place, a panting Shin Yu is questioned by the commander about his sudden performance boost.
A sudden realization strikes the recruit as he admits he was too focused on chasing Feng Cheng to notice his progress.
Aha sounding escapes a tired comrade who asks Shin Yu why he was suddenly running like a possessed man.
Walking past his teammate, Feng Cheng reminds him that there is still a significant distance left in their long journey.
A sharp tsk sounding follows Shin Yu's vow that he won't be left behind during their next competitive encounter.
Under the glow of a crescent moon, the exhausted recruit finally returns to the barracks for a night's rest. Shin Yu is surprised to see squad leader Chen Jing and the commander dressed neatly, appearing far too formal for training.
The commander seeks the recruit's opinion on the emergency assembly, leaving the chibi boy sweating under the sudden pressure.
Internally raging at the constant exhaustion, Shin Yu forces himself to accept the commander's orders despite feeling dead tired.
Chen Jing and the commander share a small smile, pleased to see that Shin Yu has finally developed a proper attitude.
Yielding to his subordinate's suggestion, the commander agrees to delay the next assembly, much to Xingyu's immense relief. Chen Jing pulls Shin Yu aside, confessing his lingering sadness about the prospect of leaving the squad for good. Gripping the squad leader's arm, Shin Yu asks with growing alarm if he is being discharged from military service. The commander raises a hand while confirming he will listen to Chen Jing and postpone the upcoming training session.
Reflecting on their time together, Shin Yu wishes Chen Jing could remain their squad leader forever as they share a moment.
In a formal portrait, the sharp-eyed soldier in black uniform continues to mockingly hold the tiny, fuming chibi recruit. Shaking his head, the squad leader clarifies that he isn't being discharged but is considering a different path. Chen Jing reveals his decision to participate in the elite squad selection, encouraged by an invitation from Huo Chao.
With quiet confidence, the squad leader notes that staying in the elite unit will ultimately be up to him.
Stunned, the chibi recruit points at himself and frantically denies having the skill or courage to join such a group. Chen Jing places a hand on Shin Yu's shoulder, offering to take him along just to see the selection process. Lying in bed, Shin Yu feels deeply conflicted as he weighs the pros and cons of trying out for the elites. A faint sounding escapes Shin Yu as he wakes up with a bright red blush, feeling strangely hot and dizzy. Alarm spreads through the room as a comrade notices Shin Yu's high fever, prompting Chen Jing to call for help. Yu Fengcheng looks on with a complicated expression, eventually agreeing to lead the team while Shin Yu is hospitalized. Tucking Shin Yu into an infirmary bed, Chen Jing playfully teases the recruit for his pathetic state despite his recent growth. In a cute chibi moment, the sick recruit begs for special porridge, and Chen Jing kindly agrees to fetch it. Entering the room, a sharp-featured doctor asks whose spoiled child is making so much noise in the infirmary.
An exclamation sounding accompanies the arrival of a tablet, a thoughtful gift from Qian Liang to help Shin Yu pass the time. Looking surprised as he rests in bed with his tablet, Shin Yu notices someone has already brought him a pair. Carrying a bag of fruit, Yu Fengcheng teases the sick recruit about playing games while nursing a high fever.
A startled expression crosses Xinyu's face as his teammate leans in close, offering the freshly brought fruit. An ah sounding accompanies the intimate moment as a piece of fruit is fed to Xinyu directly from a knife. Feng Cheng places a hand on the recruit's forehead to check his temperature, questioning how he suddenly caught a cold. Gazing intently at his patient, the dark-haired soldier playfully asks if a kiss would lead to his own infection.
Grabbing Xinyu by the collar, Feng Cheng pulls him into a sudden, passionate kiss that leaves the brown-haired boy stunned. Breathless, Xinyu jokes about infecting his rival to death just so they can both earn a few days' rest. They share a quiet moment of proximity before the scene shifts to the formal portrait of the two rivals.
Gripping Xinyu's chin, Feng Cheng questions if the recruit really thinks his Superman rival needs a break from training.
A slap sounding rings out as chibi Xinyu fends off his visitor, questioning why he isn't eating with the others.
Yawning from exhaustion, the dark-haired man admits to his chibi friend that he hasn't been sleeping well lately. Panicking as the soldier climbs into his bed, Chibi Xinyu warns that the doctor will return to the infirmary soon.
Confirming the door is locked, Feng Cheng pulls Xinyu into a warm hug, seeking comfort in their shared proximity.
Surrounded by soft floral patterns, the two soldiers lie together in the infirmary bed, finding a moment of peace.
Ah, sounding escapes Xinyu as he leans into the hug, eventually asking his teammate to rub his aching back. Moving his hand under the shirt, the soldier rubs Xinyu's back gently to help soothe his teammate's lingering pain.
While holding each other, Xinyu mentions that he knows the squad leader is also planning to join the elites.
A press sounding follows as the pair settles into the pillow together, with Feng Cheng telling the recruit to sleep. As the sky clears, a faint sounding accompanies Xinyu's realization that his rival is truly an idiot.
After 2 days of recovery, the squad leader informs Xinyu of a new assignment involving military training for freshmen.
Chen Jing explains that 4 members of their squad have been chosen to serve as instructors for 2 weeks.
Looking disinterested, Feng Cheng listens as the leader explains that this assignment is meant to help the recruits finally rest.
Walking away, Xinyu reflects on Feng Cheng's obsession with training and wonders why anyone would enjoy working so hard.
Arriving with their luggage, the teammates discuss rooming arrangements, prompting an enthusiastic sounding from a friend.
Internal alarm strikes Xinyu as he realizes sharing a room with Feng Cheng is just asking for more complicated trouble.
Excited to be in a big city, the teammates plan to drop off their bags and explore the local sights. Under the glow of a crescent moon, the handsome instructors draw significant attention from passers-by during their night out.
A thump sounding follows as Feng Cheng intervenes, warning Xinyu not to be a bad influence on their younger teammate. A group of girls approaches, inviting the handsome instructors to join them for board games at a nearby shop. A whisper sounding follows as Feng Cheng drags the complaining recruit away, claiming they have a mission to go sleep.
A whoosh sounding accompanies their quick departure in a taxi, leaving Chibi Xinyu fuming at his rival's overbearing control.
Standing outside the hotel, the pair argues fiercely about Feng Cheng's constant interference in the recruit's social life.
Xinyu questions his rival's right to control him, pointing out that their eventual separation will change everything between them.
Grabbing his teammate's shirt in a fit of rage, Xinyu demands to know why Feng Cheng is acting so possessive.
A push sounding marks the end of the argument as the dark-haired soldier tells Xinyu to go wherever he wants. Stunned by the sudden coldness, the recruit stands alone at the hotel entrance, unable to process his rival's words. Moonlight bathes the building in shadows as the scene shifts to the quiet interior of the recruit's shared room.
A pound sounding follows as a friend enters, bringing handmade yogurt to cheer up the visibly depressed Xinyu.
A shake sounding accompanies Xingyu's refusal as he buries his face in his pillow, venting about his latest fight.
The next day, a serious-looking Shin-yu introduces himself to a new class as their official military training instructor.
The freshman girls are immediately smitten, whispering excitedly about how incredibly handsome their new instructor appears.
Chibi Shin-yu maintains his strict persona while the curious students ask bold questions about his personal life.
Laughing off the attention, the dashing instructor gives an ambiguous answer that sends the group into a fit of giggles. A whistle sounding marks the start of the drills as Shin-yu directs his class while Feng Cheng watches from afar.
Watching Shin-yu interact playfully with the students, a visibly displeased expression clouds Feng Cheng's face.
Dismissing the class for a lunch break, the chibi instructor is happy to finally have a moment to himself.
Surrounded by curious students, Shin-yu is bombarded with questions about whether all the guys at his post are handsome.
Posing with confidence, the recruit winks at the girls and suggests that his own appearance is proof enough.
The students giggle while discussing the other instructors, noting that the one for Class 3 is especially cute. Chibi Shin-yu beams with joy as the smitten students praise his handsome looks and good character. The girls continue gossiping, contrasting Shin-yu's cute, blushing nature with their rumors about the unhygienic habits of other instructors.
Under the glow of a crescent moon, Shin-yu reflects on the unexpected burden of being so popular among the freshmen.
In the quiet hotel room, Dong-yeon admits his envy toward the students' carefree lives while Shin-yu listens with concern. Blushing in his chibi form, the brown-haired instructor wishes he possessed Feng Cheng's intimidating presence to better manage his overly friendly students. Shin-yu nervously questions Feng Cheng's cold mood, recalling the earlier confrontation while desperately trying to deny his own lingering feelings.
Gazing at his rival's serious face, Shin-yu privately acknowledges that the dark-haired soldier is undeniably a striking beauty.
Feng Cheng walks past a mountain of gifts and letters left by admirers for Instructor Yu at their hotel room door. Looking exhausted on his bed, Shin-yu reads a student's message about a gifted plant, lamenting the complications of his popularity.
Shin-yu groans into his pillow about a sudden headache while his teammate asks if he is feeling all right. Despite his fatigue, Shin-yu decides to head downstairs to meet a student, hoping to reject her without hurting her feelings. Confronted by the hopeful student in pink, Shin-yu firmly rejects her advances by claiming he already has a girlfriend. The awkward rejection is interrupted as a stone-faced Feng Cheng suddenly appears, questioning what the pair is doing together. Dismissing the girl, Feng Cheng invites Shin-yu to watch fireworks at Peacock Park, leaving the student stunned and heartbroken. With a confident smile, the dark-haired soldier pulls a flustered Shin-yu into a firm embrace as they stand alone. Feng Cheng leans in to steal a kiss, though the intimate moment is playfully censored by a blooming pink flower. Tears streaming down her face, the rejected student runs away while the two instructors remain together at the entrance. A push sounding marks Xinyu's outrage as he shoves Feng Cheng away, furious about the sudden and uninvited physical contact. Feng Cheng nonchalantly claims he was just helping with the rejection, though Xinyu finds his possessive behavior utterly disgusting. A stop sounding rings out as Xinyu shouts for his rival to wait, but the dark-haired man continues walking away. Ranting about Feng Cheng's constant meddling, Xinyu is silenced as the soldier turns back with a sharp, piercing gaze. Feng Cheng pulls the brown-haired boy into another rough, passionate kiss that is once again hidden behind a floral sticker. Trembling with a mix of rage and embarrassment, Xinyu grips Feng Cheng's collar while shouting his frustration at the closer proximity. Dragging his teammate into a private room, Feng Cheng pushes Xinyu onto the bed to finally settle their argument. Looming over his patient, Feng Cheng sniffs Xinyu's neck and possessively questions the scent of a student's perfume lingering on him. Feng Cheng asks if the girl today was truly his type, but a blushing Xinyu defiantly refuses to explain his preferences.
Stroking Xinyu's cheek, the soldier suggests that their current relationship requires more cooperation, leaving the recruit visibly shaken.
Deflecting the advances, Xinyu pushes Feng Cheng's face away and bluntly states that he is simply not in the mood.
A moment of tension follows as Feng Cheng grips Xinyu's hand against the pillow, his expression becoming dark and serious.
Ignoring the protests, the dark-haired soldier leans in again to silence Xinyu with another determined embrace.
The scene focuses on the intimate contact as Feng Cheng continues to press Xinyu down, censored by the recurring flower. Breathless and blushing intensely, Xinyu looks on with a dazed expression during the heated encounter on the bed.
A startled sounding follows as Xinyu panics, noticing his phone on the bed and realizing how compromised their situation is.
Xinyu lies exhausted as Feng Cheng continues his pursuit, the brown-haired boy's protests softening into a confused silence.
In a chibi moment, Feng Cheng mischievously pulls at Xinyu's clothes while the recruit fumes at the persistent teasing.
A knock sounding at the door interrupts them as Dong Yuan calls out, asking if Xinyu is inside the room. Panicked and half-dressed, Xinyu sits up and shouts that he is in the bathroom, terrified that his teammate might hear.
Struggling with a stuck zipper, Xinyu is forced to accept Feng Cheng's offer to help him get dressed before the door opens.
Xinyu gazes up in a panic, desperately asking his rival what they should do to avoid being caught together.
Holding a finger to his lips, Xinyu gestures for silence as Feng Cheng stands closely behind him in the shadows.
Feng Cheng places a steadying hand on Xinyu's arm, keeping him still while they wait for the person outside to leave.
With one last playful kiss, Feng Cheng leaves Xinyu blushing and satisfied, signaled by a small heart floating above them. Standing outside the hotel door, a clueless Dongyan checks his phone and continues calling for his teammate.
The scene shifts to a close-up of Feng Cheng's hand as he adjusts his uniform behind his back.
Dongyang looks increasingly confused by the lack of an immediate answer, wondering why Xinyu is taking so long. A lingering silence follows as the camera focuses on the edge of the bed where the encounter just occurred. In a cute chibi moment, Xinyu stands frozen with sweat pouring down his face, paralyzed by the awkward situation. The chibi recruit remains in a state of shock, his eyes wide as he processes the close call he just experienced. Walking together down the hall, Dongyuan suspiciously questions why Xinyu spent so much time alone in Feng Cheng's room. Blushing furiously, Xinyu stammers out a lie about an urgent bathroom break to hide the truth of his encounter. Dongyan offers Xinyu a listening ear, suggesting that sharing his troubles might help him feel significantly better. The next day, instructor Xinyu dismisses his class while privately worrying about Feng Cheng's potential for spreading rumors. A class monitor invites instructor Bai to a celebratory gathering at a nearby bar to mark the training's end. In a chibi moment, Xinyu reluctantly agrees to the outing, warning the excited student not to cause any trouble. Under the night sky, Xinyu enjoys a toast, while Feng Cheng watches him closely from across the crowded bar. Xinyu poses for photos with students before heading back, while Feng Cheng questions the presence of teammates in his room. Entering Feng Cheng's room, a flustered Xinyu accuses his rival of being a pervert as he is pulled inside. A push sounding follows as Xinyu is shoved onto the bed, bracing himself for the dark-haired man's next move. Looming over him, Feng Cheng smirks as he successfully corners the blushing recruit in a moment of intense proximity. Xinyu nervously admits his fear that Dongyuan discovered their secret, but Feng Cheng appears completely unbothered by the possibility. Dismissing the concerns, Feng Cheng leans in for a passionate kiss that is once again hidden behind a blooming flower. A soft ha sounding escapes as the two men share an intimate, breathless moment together on the bed. Feng Cheng pulls Xinyu closer, his gaze softening as they settle into a quiet, lingering embrace after their heated encounter. Early the next morning, the sun rises over the city as the scene shifts back to the quiet hotel.
Waking up, Feng Cheng greets a startled Xinyu with a gentle smile while they remain close together on the bed.
A hug sounding accompanies the embrace as Xinyu tries to leave, only to be held back by his possessive rival.
In his chibi form, Feng Cheng questions why Xinyu's first thought upon waking is to go find another teammate. Chibi Xinyu blushes as he asks if Feng Cheng actually brought him back to the room during the previous night. Feng Cheng teasingly suggests Xinyu should rest more, making a suggestive comment. Xinyu is left speechless and blushing intensely as he processes his rival's bold and direct remarks about their night.
Feng Cheng advises Xinyu to train his core more, while the recruit defensively claims he was simply prevented from leaving.
The pair continues their banter through the window, with Feng Cheng noting that Xinyu is much more honest when drunk.
A clack sounding marks Xinyu's hurried exit from the room as he frantically tries to hide his obvious embarrassment.
Spotting a red mark on Xinyu's neck, a teammate asks about a mosquito bite while the flustered recruit panics.
Dongyuan questions Xinyu's late return and the suspicious mark, causing the blushing recruit to stutter out a weak excuse.
The next day, the unit rejoins their base where Xinyu boasts to a teammate about his popularity with students.
Lao Su, a dark-haired man with glasses, informs the recruits that the list for the elite team selection is ready.
Hearing the news, Xinyu looks dejected, fearing that his perceived lack of talent means he has no hope. Feng Cheng observes Xinyu's disappointment from afar, his expression unreadable as the brown-haired boy walks away with a sigh.
Confronting Xinyu, Feng Cheng asks if he wants to join the selection, while the recruit wonders how he noticed.
Feng Cheng suggests the recruit would be sad if he left, but Xinyu defensively questions if the topic even matters.
The dark-haired soldier warns Xinyu that the elite team isn't for meddlers, prompting an immediate retort from the recruit.
Xinyu argues against being called a meddler, while his rival remains dismissive of his ability to handle the mission. In a chibi spat, Feng Cheng claims he was just commenting, while a fuming Xinyu accuses him of acting like a bully. Feng Cheng clarifies he just doesn't want weak teammates, while Xinyu confidently asserts he would never hold the squad back.
Standing tall, Feng Cheng expresses his unwavering determination to join the elite team during this year's selection process.
Xinyu feels a sense of dread as he realizes his rival is pulling ahead, leaving him behind in their competition.
Addressing the group, Lao Shu announces the names of those recommended by the unit for the elite team selection.
Xinyu is overcome with joy upon hearing his name, while Feng Cheng warns him about the extreme dangers involved.
Saluting with pride, a blushing Xinyu affirms his willingness to go despite the risks, showing his growth and courage. Handing over the materials, Lao Shu encourages the chosen recruits to prepare well and cherish the hard-earned opportunity. Xinyu walks away with a lingering sense of guilt, wondering if his rival thinks he lied about his intentions. Reading through his papers, Xinyu feels a surge of pride knowing that Lao Shu finally recognized his hard work.
In a vibrant chibi moment, Xinyu flexes his muscles with newfound energy, determined to prove himself in the selection.
Focusing intently on his training, the brown-haired recruit works hard with weights to prepare his body for the elite trials.
A surprise sounding marks Xinyu's shock as his rival approaches while he is mid-workout, questioning his sudden energy.
Wiping sweat away, Xinyu tells Feng Cheng not to worry about being held back, as he plans to act independently.
Feng Cheng questions whether strangers will accept Xinyu as a teammate, but the stubborn recruit insists he will manage alone.
In a quiet moment, chibi Feng Cheng gently pokes the fuming Xinyu's cheek, trying to soften the recruit's defensive mood.
Feng Cheng leans in close to whisper that while Xinyu isn't counting on him, he has no intention of leaving him alone.
The brown-haired boy admits he wasn't counting on his rival's help during their tense conversation.
The dark-haired man leans in close to whisper that he has no intention of leaving him alone.
Xinyu dismissively gestures, confidently claiming he will pass the selection process regardless of his rival's presence.
Fearing failure, Shin-yu questions the consequences if he hinders his rival's progress, but he receives a stern warning.
Resolving to be a reliable comrade, Shin-yu watches his teammate walk away while vowing to never be a burden. Under the moonlight, the unit arrives at the base camp as a soldier calls out to Old Shu. An instructor jokingly complains about the theft of his best trainees while a truck unloads the new recruits.
Shin-yu shares a moment of laughter regarding leadership before the scene shifts to the recruits gathering at night.
The unit instructor smiles warmly, promising the tired recruits a good meal they must prepare themselves.
In a cute chibi moment, an excited Shin-yu drags his glasses-wearing teammate toward the campfire for dinner.
While eating from lunchboxes on the grass, Shin-yu is startled by an exclamation sounding as he notices someone nearby.
The recruits discuss keeping their relationship secret from outsiders while Shin-yu focuses on finishing his meal.
Shin-yu observes a high-ranking soldier with a red tie, noting the man's immense strength and commanding confidence.
Staring at the formidable officer, the brown-haired recruit realizes why Feng Cheng holds such deep admiration for him.
The officer turns his head, catching Xinyu's gaze as the recruits watch him pass through the camp.
Adjusting his collar with a smirk, the dark-haired leader exudes authority while being observed by the recruits.
The officer places a hand on Shinyu's shoulder, telling him to enjoy himself before heading off to work. As the leader walks away, Chibi Shinyu is left fuming with intense curiosity about the man's sudden departure.
Shin-yu watches from a distance, suspicious of why the high-ranking officer and Feng Cheng are whispering together. A sudden shock-sounding startles Chibi Shin-yu as a hand firmly pats him on the back. Dong Yuan questions Shin-yu's behavior, while the flustered recruit stammers out a denial about his spying.
Dong Yuan defends the officer, Huo Chao, insisting he is not the type to leak information to others.
Putting an arm around his teammate, the glasses-wearing boy tells Xinyu to get some rest for tomorrow's battle.
The brown-haired recruit looks down with a somber expression, feeling deeply annoyed by the complicated situation.
As dawn breaks over the trees, a chibi Dongyan yells for Xinyu to wake up for the day. Waking up on the grass, Xinyu is horrified to find himself bound by ropes alongside his teammates.
Feng Cheng informs a shocked Xinyu that the elite selection has already begun, using their lowered guard as a test. The sun shines through the canopy as Chibi Dongyuan continues to shout for Xinyu to awaken. Xinyu shouts in confusion, realizing he is tied up and questioning what happened during the night. The recruits realize that the previous night's celebration was a calculated move to lower their guard before the trial.
Dongyan points out the markings on their wrists, indicating they are already being tracked for the selection.
A close-up shows Shenyu's hands bound by a blue ribbon as Chibi Dongyan explains they are the blue team.
Fang Cheng points out colored mission envelopes on a nearby table, stressing that they must first untie their ropes.
Struggling against his bonds, Xinyu realizes the tough ropes won't come undone easily without help.
The team works together, using their teeth to bite through the rough flax material to free one another. Breathless and determined, Xinyu looks on with a stunned expression as they navigate the difficult situation. The brown-haired recruit leans in to help, using his teeth to assist in freeing his teammates from the ropes. The dark-haired soldier warns that if the elite corps is this ruthless early on, the road ahead is grueling.
Dongyan struggles to break free, urgently telling the squad to untie each other so they can begin.
Finally freed, the teammates approach the table to retrieve their blue mission envelope for the selection.
Dong Yuan looks skeptical, stating that the mission ahead can't be as simple as it first appears.
Looking at the terrain, the recruits realize they have coordinates but face a long journey ahead.
Fang Cheng explains that a 50-kilometer trek through the forest is impossible without first finding necessary gear.
Chibi Xinyu worries that they have already searched the entire camp and found no equipment for 80 people.
One of the teammates spots an oil stain on the ground, pointing it out as a potential lead.
A hand reaches down to touch the stain, confirming that the oil on the grass is still wet.
Dongyan suggests that a nearby small base likely contains stored equipment since it is used for refueling. Shinyu watches as other teams remain behind, still discussing their plans while his squad prepares to move.
The team nods in agreement, resolved to reach the supply base before their competitors to gain an advantage.
The scene shifts to a weathered military supply building, standing as the team's next objective in the trial.
Crouched behind a wall, the recruits debate if entering the building is part of the elite corps' plan.
After weighing the risks, the team decides to gamble on infiltrating the poorly secured military supply station together.
Halting the squad, Shinyu draws his slingshot and aims with focused determination at a nearby overhead target.
A sharp clack sounding marks Xingyu's success as his projectile shatters the lens of a security camera.
Maintaining a low profile, the squad moves stealthily across the grass using large concrete blocks for cover.
Dongyuan uses silent hand signals to direct the team's advance while they maintain a low profile near the base.
Leaning against the cold stone, Feng Cheng stays alert while the rest of the team prepares for their next move.
Shinyu nimbly vaults over a concrete ledge, his movements swift as he scouts the path ahead for his squad.
Observing from a high point, Danyuan identifies the barracks and gas station to coordinate the team's irregular path.
Discovering a potential advantage, Shinyu gestures to his teammates with an eager expression and a proud thumbs up.
To their surprise, Huo Chao is already waiting, mockingly noting that the recruits arrived later than he expected.
The high-ranking officer in a sleek suit and red tie maintains a commanding presence with his hands in his pockets.
Observing from a high point, Danyuan identifies the barracks and gas station to coordinate the team's irregular path.
Standing before the group, the officer mockingly notes their slow arrival, while his presence causes the recruits to sweat.
Standard issue gear, including heavy rucksacks and automatic rifles, is laid out on a metal platform for the recruits.
Huo Chao explains the grueling 72-hour limit for their 50-kilometer march through the difficult forest terrain.
The officer laughs heartily, joking that he should be fired if even half the recruits finish the march.
Checking his watch, Huo Chao officially starts the clock at 9 a.m. while explaining the radio's distress channel.
Shouldering their heavy gear, the recruits stand in stunned silence, processing the magnitude of the grueling trial ahead. Trekking through the bright woods, the squad vents their frustration, realizing the instructors have been manipulating them.
Feng Cheng notes the brutal nature of the test while directing the group forward through the dense forest.
Dongyuan suddenly freezes, his eyes alert as a rustle sounding warns him of approaching movement in the trees.
Sensing a tracking vehicle, Dongyan orders the squad to split into pairs and prepare a forest ambush.
Feng Cheng gives tactical instructions for a sniper position, causing the flustered brown-haired boy to blush and stutter. Noticing the recruit's visible nerves, Feng Cheng asks if he is scared as they prepare for the imminent engagement. In a moment of silent support, Feng Cheng pulls Shinyu close, offering a reassuring touch amidst the forest tension. Shinyu's eyes widen in surprise at the brief proximity, his heart racing as they ready themselves for battle. With a slight smirk, Feng Cheng tells the recruit to be careful before sending him off to his position. Looking back with a determined glint, Shinyu acknowledges the command and readies his weapon to prove himself.
Shinyu sprints up the lush hillside, his rucksack bouncing as he rushes toward his assigned sniper post.
Prone in the tall grass, Shinyu sights in through his scope, whispering a vow to hit his target.
From separate positions in the dense foliage, Feng Cheng and Dongyan open fire to initiate the tactical ambush.
Focusing intently, Shinyu tracks an enemy soldier through his lens, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
A loud crack sounding marks Shinyu's shot as his projectile hits the target, leaving a clear blue mark.
Shinyu celebrates his successful hit, while a stoic Feng Cheng offers a rare and quiet word of praise. Staying low to the ground, Shinyu crawls through the grass to avoid detection while maintaining his sniper position. Catching a glimpse of his rival, the brown-haired recruit remains vigilant as they navigate the dangerous testing grounds.
A sudden whiz sounding startles Shin-yu as a bullet flies by, narrowly missing him during the chaotic exchange. Panting with relief, Shin-yu realizes how close he came to elimination, thankful his shot was just faster.
After the skirmish, the team rests atop their captured vehicle, with Shin-yu waving happily to his teammates.
Vaulting into the sidecar, Shin-yu skillfully joins his teammates on their newly captured vehicle. The squad speeds away through the forest, hoping to maintain their lead in the grueling selection process. Vaulting into the sidecar, Shin-yu skillfully joins his teammates on their newly captured vehicle. The squad speeds away through the forest, hoping to maintain their lead in the grueling selection process. Frustrated by the empty fuel tank, the recruits realize the vehicle was intended as a test of their laziness.
Proudly boasting about his success, a blushing Shin-yu explains how he spotted an ambusher first and fired.
Dong Yuan smiles and praises Shin-yu's quick reaction, while the brown-haired boy offers an enthusiastic thumbs up.
Shin-yu reflects on the rare praise he received from Feng Cheng, his face still flushed with pride.
As the sky turns pink at sunset, the squad realizes their first long day of the trial is ending.
Dong Yuan advises Shin-yu to conserve their water and food as they prepare for a difficult night ahead. Searching for food, Chibi, Shin-yu, and Feng Cheng decide they aren't desperate enough to eat just anything yet. The brown-haired recruit identifies some wild purslane as edible, while a doubtful Dong Yuan asks how he's so sure.
Shin-yu cheerfully admits they use the plant to feed pigs back home, earning a look of utter disbelief from Feng Cheng.
Biting into the wild greens, Chibi Shin-yu finds the bitter taste revolting, while Dong Yuan suggests it's worth it for survival. Faced with 72 hours of hunger, the squad discovers worms and grimly decides to pretend they are eating barbecue.
Horror flashes across Chibi Shin-yu's face as he forced himself to chew the slimy, squirming meal for the sake of survival.
Despite the revulsion, the brown-haired boy tells his squad that the bitter grass makes the worms easier to stomach. A thick, dark worm crawls over the green leaves as the recruits prepare to consume their difficult survival rations.
Feng Cheng encourages Shin-yu to just swallow the unappealing snack, reminding him that having any food is a blessing.
With beads of sweat on his brow, Shin-yu closes his eyes and steels his nerves to finish the meal.
A brilliant night sky stretches over the forest, signaling the end of a grueling first day in the selection.
Resting under a massive tree, Shin-yu and Feng Cheng share a quiet moment of reflection beneath the bright stars.
When asked if he regrets coming, Shin-yu admits the ordeal is exhausting, but finds the challenge unexpectedly exciting.
Shin-yu probes for selection secrets, but a smirking Feng Cheng wonders if he's trying to trick information out of him. Realizing he wasn't as subtle as he thought, a flustered Chibi Shin-yu wonders if his ulterior motive was too obvious. The recruit reflects on the unknown trials ahead, wondering what kind of monsters are still waiting for them. In a rare show of affection, Feng Cheng rests his chin on Shin-yu's head while praising his hard work today. Finding a new sense of purpose, Shin-yu realizes that pushing past his limits is the key to his own progress. With a determined pose, the brown-haired recruit vows to keep going until he literally can't take another step. Under the moonlight, the two teammates share a moment of quiet solidarity as Feng Cheng pulls Shin-yu close beside the tree. Shin-yu remains resolute, determined to continue his transformation from a spoiled recruit into a capable soldier. The scene shifts to Huo Chao, who watches over the selection while playing with a tiny figure of the recruit. The next morning, a long line of soldiers treks across a vast, sun-drenched field as the trial continues.
Dong Yang warns the team that descending to the stream for water is too risky and invites an ambush.
Despite his mounting exhaustion, Shin-yu follows his squad, reluctantly giving up on the hope of finding water for now. At noon, the sun beats down through the trees as the recruits take a brief, weary rest from their trek.
Wincing in pain, Shinyu examines a large, painful blister on his foot caused by the grueling kilometers of marching. Dong Yuan prepares a blade, insisting that popping the blister is the only way Shinyu will be able to walk. Staring at the sharp survival knife, the recruit feels a surge of fear as he prepares for the painful treatment. Shinyu looks down with a solemn, focused expression, bracing himself for the sting as they tend to his injury. Chibi Jinyu cries out in agony as the blister is popped, surrounded by a flurry of distressed little chicks. A sudden bang sounding shatters the silence, and Feng Cheng immediately tackles Shinyu to the grass to avoid an ambush. Realizing they are surrounded, the squad sprints down a grassy slope while bullets whiz through the air from all directions. With white smoke billowing from his radio, a teammate raises his hands and informs the group he is officially out. Feng Cheng stops Shinyu, ordering him to hide in the brush while he runs out to draw the enemy's fire. The forest remains deceptively quiet as the recruits wait for the right moment to turn the tide of the ambush. Checking his radio with focused intensity, Feng Cheng ensures the remaining teammates are ready to initiate their counterattack. Crouched in a dense thicket, Shinyu sights in through his scope, confirming he has his target in view. Peering through the greenery, the dark-haired recruit stays alert for the slightest movement from their pursuers in the field. Gunfire erupts as the soldiers sprint across the field, engaging the ambushers in a desperate, high-stakes exchange. From his sniper position, Shinyu identifies the direction of the enemy fire and prepares to suppress their advance. Successful in their defense, the squad retreats into the trees while Shinyu reports that several attackers have been hit. As the sun sets, a parched Shinyu gazes at the distant mountains, feeling the overwhelming weight of his extreme thirst. Tilting his canteen back, the recruit is dismayed to find he can only coax out a few final drops. Seeing his struggle, Feng Cheng offers his own canteen, telling Shinyu there is exactly one sip left for him. Standing by the large tree at sunset, the two recruits argue over who needs the water more. Shinyu accepts the canteen with a grateful look, touched by the unexpected act of kindness from his teammate. A hand suddenly snatches the canteen away as a flash sounding signals the arrival of a hostile, resentful squadmate. The aggressive recruit shouts at Shinyu, asking how he can feel okay drinking the very last sip of water. Standing his ground, Shinyu declares he won't quit while the angry soldier insults him for relying on others' help. Shinyu looks on in shock as a squadmate cruelly tells him he is the one who deserved elimination. Furiously defending his merit, Shinyu punches the recruit while shouting that the leader chose him for his potential. A sudden thud sounding punctuates the violence as a heavy boot kicks Shinyu squarely in the chest. Feng Cheng steps in to stop the bickering, sternly asking the aggressor if he still respects his squad leader. As Chibi Shinyu screams his denials, Feng Cheng tells the rest of the group to shut up and end the conflict. Admitting he had connections but never cheated, a somber Shinyu receives a reassuring pat on the head from Feng Cheng.
Feng Cheng reminds Shinyu that his rival was only trying to provoke him and confirms his selection was fair.
With a visible blush, Shinyu looks up and hesitantly asks his teammate if he truly belongs in the squad. Offering the canteen once more, Feng Cheng tells Shinyu to drink so he can endure the rest of the trial. Stubbornly crossing his arms, Chibi Shinyu refuses the water, fearing he will be looked down upon for taking it. A gulp sounding marks the moment someone drinks from the canteen, while Shinyu watches with a conflicted expression.
Shinyu freezes in place, his eyes wide with surprise as Feng Cheng reaches out to grasp his chin firmly.
Amidst a soft glow, Feng Cheng pulls Shinyu close, their faces inches apart, in a moment of intense, silent connection. Still resolute in his pride, Chibi Shinyu declares he would rather die of thirst than accept help.
Shinyu watches in silence as his teammate finishes the water, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them.
The brown-haired recruit remains dazed, his face flushed as the sensation of Feng Chang's hand lingers on his chin. Far from the forest, Huo Chao relaxes in his uniform, playfully lifting the tiny chibi figure of the recruit. Feng Chang keeps his grip on Xinyu's chin, his gaze unwavering as he stares deeply into the younger boy's eyes. Flustered and blushing, Chibi Xinyu pushes Feng Chang away to re-establish some much-needed distance between them. Hearing the call to move out, Xinyu shouts his response while Feng Chang watches him run back to the group. Xinyu sprints toward his teammates as Feng Chang watches from behind, a faint, rare smile touching his lips. The sky turns a vibrant orange and pink as the squad continues their grueling march through the dense wilderness. Working together, Xinyu and Feng Chang support a fainting teammate who groans in agony about his desperate need for water. Xinyu urges the struggling soldier to hold on a bit longer, promising that finding water will be their salvation. Looking ahead, Xinyu's eyes widen with joy as he spots the sparkling blue surface of a nearby reservoir. While Xinyu celebrates, the exhausted teammate collapses onto the grass and miserably announces that he is giving up. Refusing to leave anyone behind, Xinyu reaches out a determined hand and vows that they will never abandon him. The squad leader agrees they can't carry him forever, but the defeated recruit insists they go on without him. Xinyu looks back with a fierce, unwavering glare, his mind set on finishing the trial with his entire team intact. With a weak fist pump, the recruit wishes his brothers luck as they prepare for the next difficult leg. A loud splash sounding echoes through the air as the recruits dive into the cold, deep water of the reservoir. Panting and dripping wet, the exhausted soldiers drag themselves onto the grassy bank after their difficult swim. Shivering in the breeze, Dongyan warns the team they must find a place to dry off to avoid getting sick. A faint groan sounding escapes Xinyu as he struggles to push himself up from the ground with trembling arms.
Feng Chang grabs Xinyu by the arm and pulls him up, roughly asking if he really has the strength to continue.
Stumbling under the weight of his gear, Xinyu listens as Feng Chang tells him not to force himself if he can't.
Close-up frames capture Feng Chang's stern mouth and sharp eyes as he questions Xinyu's true motivation for joining the elite. Turning back with a blush, Xinyu shouts his defiance, swearing he will see the selection process through to the end.
Xinyu pushes his teammate's hand away, insisting he is just a little slow and doesn't need to be babied.
Feng Chang watches Xinyu walk away, his expression unreadable as he observes the recruit's growing sense of independence and grit.
Reaching a massive rock face, Dong Yuan presents the squad with a choice between a long detour or a climb. Dong Yuan votes for the mountain climb, arguing that they lack the time and strength for a lengthy detour.
Chibi Dong Yuan asks for Xinyu's opinion as a scoreboard shows the team is currently split on which path to take.
Adjusting his harness, Feng Chang declares he will climb the mountain and tells the others to follow whoever they choose. Xinyu stares up at the daunting height of the cliff, his expression hardening as he prepares for the physical challenge. Gripping the thick climbing rope, Xinyu shouts to his teammates that he will join the climb and reach the top.
Inspired by Xinyu's resolve, the remaining recruits decide to follow him up the steep and dangerous mountain path. Green leaves drift lazily through the bright, sunlit air as the squad begins their vertical ascent of the cliffside.
A heavy huffing sounding follows the recruits as they slowly scale the massive rock wall using their ropes and strength. Sweating and panting, Xinyu focuses entirely on his footing as he climbs higher toward the summit of the mountain. Panting and straining, Xinyu continues his arduous vertical ascent, hauling himself up the thick climbing rope.
A bead of sweat rolls down Xinyu's face as he grits his teeth, his eyes showing signs of mounting vertigo.
A sudden crack sounding follows as a crumbling rock edge gives way beneath Xinyu's heavy black boot. Panic flashes through Xinyu's wide eyes as his foot slips, leaving him dangling precariously over the void. Letting out a sharp cry, Xinyu tumbles backward into open space, the climbing rope snapping taut above.
From the summit, a frantic Feng Cheng leans over the edge, shouting Shin Yu's name into the air.
Muscles strain as a pair of hands grip the rough rope, desperately holding on against the falling recruit's weight.
Feng Cheng howls Shin Yu back toward the cliff face, urgently checking if he still has the strength to hold on.
Clinging to the rope for dear life, two recruits look on in wide-eyed terror at the dizzying height below. Recentering himself with a sharp breath, a sweat-streaked Shin Yu grits his teeth and focuses on his next move.
Digging into the loose earth, a recruit's boot finally finds a secure foothold on the steep mountain ridge.
Feng Cheng reaches out a steadying hand, pulling an exhausted, huffing Shin Yu over the final ledge to safety.
Finally reaching the top, the recruits collapse into the tall grass, gasping that they have at last succeeded.
Huo Chao appears in his dark uniform, congratulating the group while noting that most of them remain standing. Flicking several cards into the air, Huo Chao orders the recruits to memorize the memory fragments within 30 seconds.
Snatching a card from the air, a stunned recruit stares at the complex information he must now memorize.
Shin Yu blinks in disbelief, his eyes darting across the card as he tries to process the difficult data.
Clutching the card tightly, Shin Yu wonders why the fragment is written in such a confusing, rhythmic style.
Chibi Shin Yu's head spins with cartoonish confusion as bizarre symbols and question marks fill the air around him.
Huo Chao stands tall in the sun-drenched field, announcing that it is finally time for Shin Yu's individual test.
Collapsing back onto the grass, a frustrated Shin Yu shouts out in protest against the mental strain of the task.
A speech bubble floats over a recruit's midsection as he mentions a master practicing iron palm techniques.
Looking utterly bewildered, Shin Yu blushes slightly as he struggles to recall the correct lines from his memory card.
A teammate clutches his head in despair while Xin Yu watches, his own expression filled with uncertainty and shock. Walking with a dejected slump, a recruit follows Huo Chao away from the group as the eliminations continue. Watching the scene unfold, a somber Shin Yu reflects on the cruel nature of the elite selection process.
Feng Cheng tells Shin Yu to stand up, informing him that the final leg of the trek begins immediately. Leaving their fallen comrades' gear behind, the two recruits walk away, heading toward the next phase of the trial.
An angry recruit shouts his defiance, demanding to know why a strong soldier like Wang Sheng was eliminated.
Facing his teammate, Feng Cheng coldly states that those who can't handle the pressure don't belong in the elite.
The scene focuses on Feng Cheng's piercing, icy gaze as he silently judges the recruit's emotional outburst.
The squad leader demands silence, ordering the remaining 5 to run 5 kilometers back toward the camp.
Determination returns to the recruit's eyes as he swears he will never give up on his goal.
Shin Yu and Feng Cheng share a quiet, intense moment in the field as the rest of the squad moves ahead.
Leaning in close, Shin Yu listens as Feng Cheng warns him not to compare himself to the arrogant veterans.
Huo Chao claps his hands at nightfall, tasking the teams with repairing vehicles and driving 120 kilometers to base.
Chibi figures of the two teams appear, illustrating their division into groups for the mechanical repair challenge.
Feng Cheng warns Shin Yu there will be no sleep tonight, urging him to rest while they can.
Looking down with a heavy heart, Shin Yu hesitantly asks Feng Cheng if he has been a burden to the team.
Reaching out to squeeze Shin Yu's hand, Feng Cheng reassures him that he has exceeded all expectations so far.
Shin Yu's face lights up with a bright, blushing smile as he asks if he finally looks manly enough.
Their moment is cut short by a sudden sizzle sounding as their truck breaks down in the dark woods.
A clank sounding accompanies Chibi Shin Yu and Feng Cheng as they work together with wrenches to fix the vehicle.
Looking at an engine beside a raft, Shin Yu worries that using specialized mechanical skills might be considered cheating.
The squad leader arrives, reminding the group that every team must play to their specific reconnaissance strengths.
The squad huddles around their gear, arguing over whether they should prioritize speed by grabbing a boat.
A recruit looks on with a shocked expression, realizing the intense pressure and the risk of imminent elimination. 2 hours later, a motor hum sounding follows the raft as the group finally reaches the far shore. Gasping for air, the 5 recruits trek through the high grass, having gone over 24 hours without sleep. A loud buzz sounding shatters the air as a helicopter appears, prompting an urgent order to hide immediately. Shinyu sits in the grass, desperately asking if anyone has bullets to eliminate their targets. Feng Cheng shows Shinyu a partial magazine, asking if he can actually hit the target. While a helicopter hovers above, Shinyu estimates the distance at 400 meters. Reaching out to steady him, Feng Cheng reminds Shinyu of his previous bullseye at a greater distance.
Feng Cheng devises a plan to draw fire, giving Shinyu only seconds to take the shot.
Grabbing Shinyu by the face, Feng Cheng forcefully focuses the recruit's wandering attention on the task.
Feng Cheng tells Shinyu to channel the determination he showed during their shooting competition to succeed.
Still held firmly, Shinyu stares back with wide eyes as Feng Cheng places all his trust in him. Shinyu readies the rifle while a chibi countdown begins the dangerous maneuver in the field.
A heavy thud sounding follows as Feng Cheng throws his backpack to bait the enemy.
While the enemy sniper aims from the helicopter, Feng Cheng sprints across the field as a decoy.
Peering through the scope, Shinyu centers the crosshairs on the enemy sniper inside the flying helicopter.
A thunderous bang sounding echoes as the screen flashes red from the impact of the shot.
The sequence illustrates Shinyu's precise aim and the successful shot that echoes across the open field. As the helicopter retreats, a chibi teammate cheers for Shinyu's incredible shooting skills.
Panting and exhausted, Shinyu looks up as Feng Cheng asks if he can still walk. A teammate warns the group to stay down because more snipers are hidden in the bushes.
The squad maps out a plan using 4 decoys while Shinyu takes the high ground.
In position, Xingyi realizes that identifying the enemy sniper might require someone to actually get hit. Following the plan, the recruits sprint across the open field to draw the sniper's attention.
Feng Cheng silences Shinyu with a gesture, listening intently to the radio as the trial intensifies.
A sudden thud sounding marks a teammate's elimination as Shinyu grits his teeth and fires.
A final boom sounding shatters the air, signaling the end of the engagement.
After being hit, the squad leader orders the remaining men to retreat from the area immediately.
Shinyu stares at Feng Cheng, confused about his hidden bullets and lack of warning for the team.
Confronting him in the field, Shinyu demands to know why Feng Cheng allowed their teammate to be eliminated.
Feng Cheng coldly explains that sacrifice was necessary because they lacked enough ammunition for everyone to survive.
Shinyu grabs Feng Cheng's collar, questioning his lack of transparency and whether he truly trusts the team.
Feng Cheng grabs Shinyu's chin, stating he cannot afford any mistakes if he wants to pass selection.
Close-up frames capture the cold intensity in Feng Cheng's eyes as he defends his ruthless tactical decisions. Feng Cheng walks away, reminding Shinyu that this is just a selection process and not real combat.
The scene shifts to the military base, nestled against a backdrop of steep green mountains.
Huo Qiao congratulates the 9 remaining recruits, announcing that everyone else has been eliminated.
The instructor outlines the next trial, enduring 3 minutes inside a room filled with tear gas. A hiss sounding follows as a tear gas canister releases a thick cloud of suffocating smoke.
Gasping for air, Shinyu covers his face as the gas invades his lungs and stings his eyes. A hacking cough sounding escapes Shinyu as he cries from the overwhelming effects of the gas.
2 recruits forfeit the trial, stumbling out of the room while Xinyu struggles to stay inside.
Blinded by the smoke, Shinyu tries to crawl toward the light filtering through the doorway. Through the haze, hands reach out to grip one another in a desperate display of solidarity.
Feng Cheng pulls Shinyu close, supporting him in the smoke to ensure they both pass the trial. Gasping for fresh air, the exhausted recruits listen as Huo Chao announces only 5 passed.
With a playful smile, Huo Chao approaches Shinyu and asks him how he is feeling.
Flushed and panting, Xinyu listens as the instructor declares it is time for the final round.
Lying on the ground, Feng Cheng asks what the final part of the selection entails.
Chibi teammates wonder about Xinyu's whereabouts and note the messy state of the beds. Dismissing the others, a chibi Feng Cheng says he is going to shower and get some sleep. A sudden tug follows as chibi Xinyu pulls a teammate away for a private discussion.
Returning to the present, Xinyu's determination flares as he prepares for the final, grueling challenge.
Huo Qiao sets the stakes, announcing a 24-hour time limit for their last mission. Frustrated recruits shout their defiance at the instructors, abandoning the selection process in a heated protest against the inhumane conditions. Xinyu and the glasses-wearing squad leader watch in somber silence as a fallen comrade remains motionless on the ground.
Gasping for breath, Xinyu watches Feng Cheng's retreating back as the physical and emotional toll of the trial peaks.
Standing over the exhausted recruit, Feng Cheng bluntly states that he cannot carry Xinyu through the remainder of the mission.
Shocked and desperate, Xinyu shouts after Feng Cheng, vehemently denying that he has any intention of quitting the selection.
Tears stream down Xinyu's flushed face as he screams his refusal to give up, his voice cracking with raw emotion.
Falling to his knees in agony, Xinyu begs Feng Cheng not to leave him behind as his strength finally fails.
With his spirit broken, a tearful Xinyu stares at the ground, overwhelmed by the crushing fear of total failure.
Gritting his teeth, Xinyu finds a final spark of willpower and forces his trembling legs to stand once more.
Stumbling forward with the squad leader, Xinyu's vision blurs until a heavy thud sounding follows his sudden, total collapse. A sharp bang sounding echoes as Huo Qiao fires a flare into the air, announcing that only 3 recruits passed. Reaching out one last time, Xinyu whispers Feng Cheng's name before his hand falls limp and he loses consciousness.
Waking to a spinning world, Xinyu realizes with a jolt of relief that Feng Cheng eventually turned back for him.
A nurse checks on Xinyu in the hospital, and his first coherent thought after waking is his ravenous hunger.
Sharing a ward with the squad leader, Xinyu confirms they successfully passed the selection before planning to visit Feng Cheng.
In another room, a quiet Feng Cheng sits up in his hospital bed, pensively staring at his mobile phone.
Xinyu's hand clenches the white hospital sheets, showing his lingering anxiety as he prepares to face his teammate.
Xinyu and the squad leader enter the ward, where Feng Cheng calmly invites them to sit and discuss their recovery. Looking weary but stable, Feng Cheng dismisses the squad leader's concerns, stating he simply needs 2 more days of rest.
Feng Cheng fixes his gaze on the squad leader and firmly requests a private moment to speak with Xinyu alone.
The glasses-wearing squad leader hesitates, looking between the 2 friends before realizing the seriousness of Feng Cheng's request. Despite Xinyu's nervous attempts to stop him, the squad leader departs, leaving the room in a heavy, expectant silence. Reaching out, Feng Cheng places a steadying, firm hand on Xinyu's shoulder to ground the younger recruit's wandering attention.
The 2 sit side by side on the bed, the tension between them thick as they process their shared ordeal.
Hesitantly, Xinyu asks if Feng Cheng is still angry with him for his performance during the final stages of selection. Rubbing his forehead, Feng Cheng admits that despite his cold exterior, he truly couldn't bring himself to abandon Xinyu. Xinyu looks down gratefully, but Feng Cheng questions if the boy has a deep enough reason to endure the elite squad.
Bolting upright, Xinyu's determination returns as he declares that the next phase of training is now his own responsibility.
Feng Cheng watches Xinyu with an unreadable expression, his sharp eyes noting the fire of resolve in the boy's gaze. Softening his stance, Xinyu wonders aloud what his future holds if he fails to survive the next grueling round.
With a bashful, hopeful smile, Xinyu asks Feng Cheng if they will still be able to meet once their service ends.
Caught off guard by a sudden pull, Xinyu is silenced as Feng Cheng leans in for a sudden, passionate kiss. Pulling back slightly with his hand in Xinyu's hair,
Feng Cheng softly whispers his desire for Xinyu to stay by his side.
Chibi Xinyu worries that Feng Cheng's uncle might have noticed their closeness, a suspicion Feng Cheng nonchalantly confirms is true. Terror grips Chibi Xinyu as he realizes the dire consequences if his own brother ever discovers the truth of their relationship.
Feng Cheng teases Xinyu about his obvious attraction, leading to a flustered outburst and a comical middle finger from the recruit.
Looking handsome and confident, Feng Cheng gives a knowing smile, vowing to make Xinyu admit his true feelings one day. Recovered and ready, the three survivors ride in a military jeep toward the elite unit's 3-month intensive training camp.
Huo Qiao orders Feng Cheng to call his sister before phones are confiscated, ending his period of hiding from his family.
Realizing his own phone is buried in his luggage, Feng Cheng asks Xinyu to lend him his device for a quick call.
A sudden ringtone interrupts them, and a bewildered Xinyu answers an unknown number, only to hear a woman's voice.
Feng Cheng listens intently as Xinyu answers the call, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious person on the other end.
Sipping wine in her robe, a blonde woman mocks young Master Bai, asking why he has been avoiding her calls. A dark shadow falls over Feng Cheng's face as he looms over Xinyu, clearly displeased by the flirtatious tone of the caller.
The woman drops a bombshell, claiming she is pregnant, which leaves Xinyu frozen in absolute shock and disbelief.
Turning bright red with rage, Xinyu shouts into the phone, accusing the woman of lying just to extort money.
Before the argument can escalate further, Feng Cheng reaches out and snatches the phone from Xinyu's trembling, sweaty hand.
Coldly taking charge, Feng Cheng speaks into the receiver while a terrified Xinyu watches, fearing the impending social fallout.
With a terrifyingly icy gaze, Feng Cheng threatens the woman, vowing she won't receive a single cent if she calls again.
Throwing the phone back at a stunned Xinyu, Feng Cheng angrily scolds him for the messy lifestyle he led before joining.
Xinyu desperately insists his friends arranged the meeting while he was drunk, swearing he never touched the woman. Feng Cheng's cold silence is deafening as Xinyu breaks into a cold sweat, fearing the dark-haired man's next move.
Lunging forward, an enraged Feng Cheng grabs Xinyu's collar, demanding the absolute truth about the pregnancy scandal.
Xinyu's voice trembles as he realizes the devastating reality if the woman refuses to abort the child. Feng Cheng barks his disgust, questioning Xinyu's judgment and reminding him of a past promise he seems to have forgotten.
As the squad leader leads the group toward the barracks, Xinyu continues to plead his innocence through his confusion.
Feng Cheng leans in close, ordering Xinyu to stay out of the matter while issuing a final, terrifying warning.
The two sit in an oppressive silence, the air thick with unresolved tension as they reach their destination. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, the glasses-wearing squad leader turns back to ask if the two have had a falling out.
Looking away with a somber expression, Xinyu weakly shakes his head to deny that any conflict occurred between them. Night falls over the military base as a crescent moon hangs in the sky, marking the start of their stay.
The squad leader shows the recruits to their dormitory, outlining the strict rules against talking and the upcoming schedule.
In the dorm, Feng Cheng demands an explanation, while Xinyu recounts the drunken night his friends arranged for a woman.
Standing up to defend himself, Xinyu maintains that he was far too intoxicated to have even touched the girl.
Feng Cheng backs Xinyu against the bunk, mockingly asking if he really expects anyone to believe his drunk excuse.
A guilty shadow crosses Xinyu's face before a sudden, rough push sends him falling backward onto the mattress. Pinned to the bed, Xinyu listens as Feng Cheng sternly forbids him from interfering with the cleanup of this mess.
Feng Cheng's eyes burn with an icy fire as he declares he will forgive this singular mistake, but only once. Cold dread washes over Xinyu as Feng Cheng promises he will make the recruit regret any further lapses in judgment.
Without another word, Feng Cheng turns his back and walks away, leaving a stunned Xinyu alone on his bed.
Bolting upright, a flustered Xinyu shouts his frustration, questioning why he allows Feng Chang to control him so completely.
Tears well in Xinyu's eyes as he wonders if Feng Cheng would truly abandon him when their lives are on the line.